All right. I think it's time to start, folks. So, um, in preparation to the RPG design workshop that is starting next week, Friday next week, so 1 week from now, I thought it would be useful to give a general crash course on using RPG Maker MZ. The workshop itself is not specific to RPG Maker MZ. It's meant as a general RPG game design workshop, but MZ will be the engine I use to build my example game. So if you're a newcomer, using MZ to follow along is going to be the simplest. So I made a poll a few weeks ago to see how many participants to the workshop would benefit from a beginner crash course with RPG Maker, and there was a lot of interest for it. So let's get everyone up to speed using this specific software here. And that way everyone's going to start with at least a baseline understanding of using at least one RPG making game engine. And one reason the workshop itself isn't an RPG Maker tutorial is that there's already a wealth of information out there already on making RPGs with RPG Maker specifically. If you search YouTube, you'll find a ton of videos meant to help you. This crash course here is meant to help you get started. I recommend you check the internet and YouTube for tutorials on your own time later. But by far the best way to learn to use software like RPG Maker is to just play around with it. I recommend you launch RPG Maker as you follow along, and as I explain things, you'll retain all this information a lot better that way. And I also recommend you play along with it. You play around with the software on your own time. Experimentation really is just the best way to learn. And although your first steps into game development can be a little bit overwhelming, RPG Maker, I think, really gives you one of the best on-ramps into it. All right, so first, before we actually get clicking around, if you've never used RPG Maker before, there's a few things you should understand about it to sort of have you the right perspective on it. You probably already understand, even if you haven't used it before, that RPG Maker is very different from other game development software. In a sense, RPG Maker is less like it's more like a pre-made RPG that's been left blank for you to fill in a sense. It's kind of like, it's a blank RPG with no world, with a few built-in things that you're meant to replace and stuff like that. And because of this, because it tries to be as easy, as user-friendly as possible, it makes a lot of assumptions about exactly what an RPG is like and how RPGs work. And, this is natural. The more easy a game engine tries to be, the more it needs to make assumptions on exactly the kind of game that you're making. And that also means that the more the game that you want to make conforms to that pre-made game, the easier it's going to be to make it. Since then, all you need to do is fill in the blanks, right? You don't need to really change anything. And, you might need to make a few adjustments here and there. If the idea is close enough or flexible enough to be molded to the engine, then all you have to do is basically build a world and a story and get right into, designing the actual, designing all these blanks that need to be filled. That's the very appealing part of RPG Maker. Letting you really get right into building the world without really having to do anything before that if you don't want to. Of course, you can still tweak and change that pre-made game as well. You can dig at the corners of those rules and adjust them to fit to your own idea. It can start with basic things like changing how the items work or how the character's skills and abilities work, or you can import new graphics and sounds and all that. Or you can go a little bit deeper. You can start using the built-in logic of the engine in weird, creative ways, right? For instance, Look Outside uses battles for most dialogue and interactions with characters in the world. doing that doesn't require any special programming. It's just using the tools it gives you in just slightly unusual ways, right? And then, you can go a little further than this. You can start using plugins, right? And plugins are like scripts or like programming that other users have made that change how the engine works, right? And one plugin might change the in-game menus. Some might add new features. Some might change how the game plays completely. Using a lot of these can make RPG Maker a bit more complicated to use, though. And finally, once you become way more familiar with programming, you might start actually changing the game's source code yourself, or even build your own plugins. So this is the really big strength of RPG Maker as like someone's first attempt into going into making video games, because making something with RPG Maker is exactly as complicated as you want it to be. A beginner can focus on building a world and a story and leave everything else as is, but slowly you can begin experimenting with, like, in the shallow depths of the system at your own pace. Maybe you start wading just a little bit in the deep end, and it means your games can kind of grow alongside you, which is real fun. So I recommend that for your first project, you err on the shallow side, right? It's much easier for your first experimentations if you mold, like I was saying earlier, if you mold your own idea to what RPG Maker is already doing instead of trying to mold RPG Maker to your idea. I'd say for your first project, it's really best to do this. Of course, if you feel like experimenting, please do, but you should be a bit selective about it, because if you start trying to like really change how the engine works on your first time, it might become overwhelming, and you might be in a situation where you're making things more complicated before you're really even familiar with the engine itself. Think of that first attempt, that first game, as a way for you to just get more familiar with the engine. Now, for the purpose of the crash course, I'm gonna basically stay on the shallow side, but just give little tastes of the more complicated parts, just to give you a little idea of the kinds of things that are involved with them. And then for the actual workshop, I will stick to the basics. So in the actual workshop, when I'll be making a game, I'm gonna really stick to like the simplest stuff, because the whole idea of the workshop is to show core design concepts of RPGs. It's not really about breaking the rules of this one engine, It's more about doing as much as possible with the basics, in a sense, right? So for the actual workshop, I'm not going to be doing a lot of, plugins or fancy things. If I do it, it's going to be very selective. It's going to be little things. Because I want the example game that I make to feel like it's something anyone could do. So that's a little introduction to what we're about to do. Now let's create a new project. So I really recommend, like I said earlier, if you got RPG Maker MZ, I really recommend you launch it and you make a new project. If you want to follow along. So I set up a little thing here to make my cursor visible. There we go. Okay, so first let's create a new blank project here. And let's have a quick tour of what a blank project actually has. What does an RPG Maker MZ blank project look like? And then we're going to explain all the small things in more detail later. For now, it always gives you like one map, and it's basically an empty map. And there's just nothing in it. And then most of what it gives you to start with is actually in the database. The database is where everything is set up about the game. The playable characters, the abilities they can use, all sorts of like basic RPG stuff is given to you there to start. And that's the idea, is that if you just want to get to making a world, they wanted to make sure, I guess, that you have a bunch of things you can populate with it as you're building the world in, even if you might replace them later, at least you have something to work from, you know? But yeah, so a blank project, yeah, it gives you a bunch of things you're kind of meant to replace. Some of these you don't necessarily have to replace. A lot of these things are actually very much usable as is. Like the items, you know, the items are a little bit generic, but you can just rename them if you like. You can like basically keep them as is, but rename them to give them something that fits the kind of vibe or theme you're going with. Same for status effects, you know, the built-in status effects. They're basically all the status effects you might want. You might want to tweak little details about them later or something. But, you know, a lot of this stuff here is kind of, you know, it is all very usable stuff. I'm going to go into more detail in the database a bit later. Now, before we keep going, if you're using RPG Maker MZ for the first time, I'll give you a little warning. On some machines, and it's unclear why, sometimes RPG Maker MZs can be a bit unstable, especially if you use multiple screens. It happened to me, and it also happened to Eric, the co-writer of Look Outside, on his machine. So, just a thing, if you're noticing that it's crashing, it might be because you put it, if you have more than one screen, if you have like a desktop computer with two screens, basically dragging the window on the second screen can sometimes cause a crash. And I think it's something to do about like a specific type of video card mixing with two screens. It's like something very specific causes this. So yeah, just saying, yeah, if you're getting this problem, this might be why. Another thing that can cause this program to be a bit unstable on some machines too is resizing the window. Sometimes if you resize the window, it just crashes. Again, that's not something that happens to everyone. It's like very specific setups it happens on. So I'm just saying, if you're noticing it's unstable, think of these two things as a potential culprit. Having it on a second screen, or resizing it. These tend to be the most common triggers for crashes. So just a heads up before we get started. Because, you know, if a lot of people here are using it for the first time, it might happen to like 2 or 3 of you that you get those issues. All right, so let's run the game as is for now. So when you start a new project, this is what it gives you, and there's already like this is where you see like this really is kind of like a pre-built little game that is just kind of empty. It's just kind of it's just waiting for you to build a world in it. And there's like, you know, there's all these pre-made characters and there's sound effects and all that. So this is like the pre-made game as it's given to you. It's the virgin block of clay, ready to be turned into cringe. So feel free to have a quick look around the interface, database, and menus. And also something I was thinking for this workshop, and also for this crash course, and also for the workshop later. Instead of like the stretch break that I usually set up like every 40 minutes or 50 minutes or so, I'm going to be doing like short breaks for people to just catch up if they're lagging behind, you know, whenever I'm setting up something. Because, you know, people might be listening. They might not be working as they listen always, or they might be lagging behind. So I'm going to put in like these little breaks every once in a while. And for these breaks, if you have questions, that's going to be a great time to ask them. Because when I'm back from those breaks, I'll answer those questions. Unless there's something that I'm just about to cover or something like that. So that's what I've been thinking of doing here. So every big subject matter that's after every like big section of what I prepared here, I'm gonna take like maybe a 2-minute break or a 4-minute break depending, and to just help people catch up and get some questions if there's any questions. But let's get right into looking into the map editor. So first, let's look into what happens when you create a new map. So you already start with one map here, map 01 here. So you can right-click on this and click Edit, and that gives you the map properties. So this is where we set up everything about this little map here. So first, let's give this map a different tile set. The tile set is basically what you can use to dress up this map, to give it some environments and things. It starts with the overworld by default. The overworld is meant to be like the world map. Let's make it the outside tile set for now. You also have the name here. It's a good idea to give it names. Let's just call it test. Display name is just going to show up on screen when you enter this area in game. It's always going to tell you this name, so you can just leave it blank and just nothing appears. You can make it a bit bigger too. Let's make it a bit bigger. There you go. You don't need to make it exactly the same size here. It doesn't matter. Let's look at the other things here. Scroll type. That's kind of like for like world map things. A scrolling map is like a map where if you walk off to the right, you end up in the left. If you walk to the bottom, you end up at the top, right? So it's kind of like, it's especially for world maps, or also for like confusing dungeons. Like floor 1 of Look Outside uses that feature to have the map loop in on itself. So encounter steps. So this is for when you have random encounters. You know, when you walk around and a battle starts. This tells you the average number of steps you have to walk before a battle begins. Of course, if you don't have any encounters set up here, then this doesn't do anything. And 30 is an okay number for like a small map, but you should increase it if like a map is really big, because every once in a while with 30, like you're going to get a few battles in a row. That can be a little frustrating. But 30 isn't that bad for a default number. Now, autoplay BGM and BGS. This is basically the background music for the map. So when you enter this map, do you want a song to start playing? And yeah, you can set a town song here, a field theme. There's a bunch of pre-made music here. It's a little loud. Maybe I'll lower my audio here so it doesn't bury me whenever it plays. So yeah, you can set these. Also, a BGS is actually a background sound that's meant to be like sort of atmospheric sound effects. So like there's people, a crowd of people. There's all sorts of things like that. You can have a rain sound. So you can kind of combine the sounds with the music, which is nice. Let's have like a windy sound here. Also, you can actually you can mess with the volume and also the pitch of these sounds. You can slow down the wind or speed it up, which is kind of neat. Also, you can pan it left or right. Now, something to know about these. Now, this is a little detail. Is if you want a place to be quiet, if you want to like enter a room and there's no sounds, the music cuts out and the sound effects cut out, you don't uncheck these. Because if you uncheck these, what it does is it just means that nothing changes about the background music. So it just keeps playing whatever music was playing when you entered. So if you want it to get quiet, you actually have to click this and then check none at the top to force it to stop the music. That's an important little detail. All right, and specify battle background. This is if a battle happens here, it's going to tell the game what background to use for that battle. So we can combine floors and walls. Not all of these combinations are going to look very good, but you know, a bunch of them do work. Yeah, it looks all right. I mean, it's a little. The transition here between the mountains and the road is a little. It's a little goofy. You know, it works. Let's see. Oh yes, the parallax background is the next one. So parallax background, that's something a little fancier. The parallax background is if you want to have an image that displays underneath the ground here. So it might be something useful if you want to have like a shot of the sky, if this is like a cliff and you want like an edge of a cliff and you want like the sky in the back, or maybe you might have like a panorama of like a valley and a castle in the distance or something like that. You might also want it if this is an interior map and you want there to be like a stormy sky seen through the windows of the castle or something. So there's a bunch of little things you can use parallax backgrounds for. And the reason it's called parallax, parallax is actually the term for the effect where when something moves not quite in time, like when something moves a little slower than you in the background, it gives you the impression of depth, right? And so as you move around, instead of the image moving along with you, it actually lags behind a bit. It moves a little slower, and that gives it the impression of something that's far away. That's like the parallax effect. Makes it feel like something is far away if it moves slower than you. You can also make it loop horizontally and vertically, because some of these images are like small images, so they're going to have to like loop around. And you can also make them scroll automatically. That can be good for say you're like on a ship and you're using the background as water, and there's probably there's a river there, not snow forest. Yeah, well, I guess you could use that, but I meant more like just water. Ocean, there you go. So you could have like an ocean background here, and you're on a ship, and it could scroll horizontally, and it would look like the ship is going really fast. And there's one other use of parallax backgrounds that's a bit more advanced. So it's not something, if this is the first time you're making a game with this, you should not do this yet, or maybe experiment. It is called parallax mapping. So some people, what they like to do is, some people, they don't like how, you see here, it's putting the background. Some people don't really like how you normally have to build a map in RPG Maker, because you build maps in RPG Maker using tiles, right? So you're not normally drawing the maps yourself. You're normally just placing these squares, and you're building a map with those squares, right? But with parallax mapping, what you can do is you can just draw everything by hand on a map. You can just draw a giant image of where you want your character to move around. And then you just import it as a parallax map. And then you use a special plugin that removes the parallax effect so that it actually moves along with you. And that's actually a way to just draw your maps by hand. And that's called parallax mapping. It makes things a little bit more cumbersome because now you're no longer making the maps in the engine itself. You're using like a separate, you're using Photoshop basically to draw it and stuff like that. So it adds a bit more steps to it, so I don't recommend it for your first game. But if you have like one room that you want to look really, really special, right? If you have some details you really want to make in one place, that might make sense. And yes, your apartment in Look Outside does use parallax mapping. This is how I do the this is how that apartment has the shag carpet. Yes. On Silent Will, drew a shag carpet by hand. And it's actually the only level, the only room in Look Outside that uses parallax mapping is your apartment. And the Bizarro World version of it, the fleshy one too. I guess that makes two. Yeah. So yes, so that's parallax mapping. So keep in mind that keyword if you're interested in trying that. But again, I don't recommend you do this on your first time because it does make things a little more complicated. Adds a few extra steps to making your maps. So, and on your first time, you probably want things to be smooth and simple, Still, something to take note of. Just keep the keyword in mind. Parallax mapping. Okay, let's see. Where am I at now? Oh yes, let's return to this. Also, we have notes. Notes are just a place where you can put some notes down. If you want to write something about this map, so you want to just remember something about this map, you can type it here. But notes are also something you will often hear about when it comes to more advanced plugins. Notes is often something plugins use to add new functionality into RPG Maker. Because it turns out, whatever you write here, the code can look up what you wrote here, you see? So you can make a plugin that checks, oh, hey, does this map have some special keyword written in it, like no saves, right? That's actually something I have in Look Outside. I have like a special little tag I put in any map that I want to disable saving in. I think it's like no saves like that. And so it's like you can just do like there's ways to interact with the notes. Well, you could probably actually put code in there, but that's not usually how it works. Usually, the plugin has all the logic, all the complicated things in it, and it just looks up what's in the notes to see, ooh, is this one of the maps where I need to disable saving, right? So it's just going to look up, ooh, does this map have this written in the notes? And if it does something different. And so yeah, notes, you'll see note boxes in almost everything. And they're like actually attached to things. Like this note here, it's like a note for this map, right? Yeah. So like every map is going to have its own little note box like this. So that means you can set something up differently for every map that way. Also, when we go into once we go into the database here, almost everything also has notes here. So you can add a bunch of little custom functionality just by adding things in notes. But for someone who's starting out, notes are really just a place where you write things for your own, just to remember things. But for instance, also in Look Outside, notes is where I set up the durability system. So notes is actually, so every weapon in Look Outside here, in the notes, I have something like a durability, and then I type a number, 10. And that means this weapon has a 10% chance to break when you use it, right? And, because durability on weapons isn't something RPG Maker normally does. RPG Maker doesn't care at all about that idea. But I could just make something, I just program something that looks up, hey, did I write durability in the notes? And if I did, what's the number after it? And then I turn that into a percentage, and this is how you have weapon durability. So it's just a thing that doesn't actually do anything at its core. That RPG Maker ignores this, but you have the opportunity to do something with it if you like. So yeah, so just again, something you shouldn't really worry about when you're first using RPG Maker, but when later, if you start looking into plugins, you might come to hear about note tags. That's what they call them, right? Note tags is what they call them. So if you see a plugin talk about note tags, this is what they mean. That means you'll probably need to type something in the note box of something, right? So it's just again, something you shouldn't really worry too much about it now, but just in the future, this is what that means. And I guess the last thing is the encounters. This is like the list of encounters. If you decide to have random encounters in your game, this is where you set them up. And you set them up here. You can just pick what are the encounters that are set up in the database. You can give them like a relative chance that this one appears. And you choose if it's in a region or if it's in the entire map that this guy can attack you. And doing this, you just add these different battles. And this is just the list of things that can attack you here, right? So pretty simple stuff. Okay, let's go into tiling a map. So this right here is your tiles. This is what you use to put together a map. You have several tabs of tiles here, and these all change whenever you change a tile set in the properties. So right now here you have the outside tile set, but if it was overworld, also if you don't see any of this, it's because you might be in the event mode. Event mode is something else. This is for putting in interactive things. So if you don't see the tile set here, you need to change to tile mode, to map mode. Map mode is when you're actually changing the environment, right? And here, so this here is the overworld tiles, but that's not what we want. Let's go back to the outside tiles. So this is the tiles for when you're outside, but you're not in the world map, you know? When you're like walking around the countryside, maybe you're approaching a village or something. Now let's talk about some of the tiles. So let's start with the A tiles. That's the first tab here. The A tiles are kind of the more complicated ones. So let's go over how you actually use these tiles to build something. So first, let's see here. So yeah, so the A tiles, you can think of them as this is how you structure your map with floors and walls, essentially. While the B and C tiles are more like details. They're detailing, they're adding little objects. This is also where you can put some things to interact with. But A tiles is you could say it's the bottom layer. It is the structure of your level. So you'll generally be using the A tiles first, and then going into the B and C tiles later when you make a new place. Now first, take a note of the zoom buttons up here. You can zoom in and out with these. That's important. You can also hold you can hold Control and move the mouse wheel to also zoom in and out. And you can also scroll around the room when you hold down the mouse wheel. If you're using a mouse, there are also commands for this if you're on a touch screen, on a trackpad on a laptop. I think I remember zooming in was like pinching. Pinching two fingers or something was zooming in. I don't know the laptop trackpad controls by off the top of my head though, so you might need to experiment a little bit with those if you're on a laptop. Now, to play styles, like I said, make sure you're in map mode. And you can just click into any of these places here. You have a few tools for it. You have a pencil. You have a rectangle tool. You have a circle tool. And you even have a handy paint bucket. Now, something else you can do is, instead of picking a single tile, you can actually drag and grab multiple tiles at once. And like draw a pattern of them. Now with these tiles, it seems like that seems really useless, but there's some tiles where it's actually very useful to do this. Like when tiles form a pattern like this, knowing that you can like select multiple of them at once is actually pretty useful. Something else you can do is you can also select a square with right-clicking from the map itself. And then you can sort of copy it around like this. Again, that's something that can really make things faster. Because say you draw like a little cliff like this, right? Say you draw like a cliff and you put a little bit of detail in that cliff. And then you want to just be able to like paint this again. You can just copy after and like continue the pattern here. So yeah, at first it might take a little while, but the way that painting tiles works is actually pretty nice. There's a lot of little quirks to learn about it though. Let's see. Yeah, I think on a laptop, it is a 2-finger tap to copy. I think. Yeah. Okay, now let's go into auto tiles. So there's some tiles you might notice if you play around, if you experiment with these tiles here. There's some tiles that when you place them, it just puts an exact square of it. It's just as simple as it can be. This is exactly the thing you see on the side here is just placed down It is just a single tile. But there's some tiles that when you place them, they actually make little patterns. They actually like combine together to make something that looks nicer. These are auto tiles. And only the A tab of tiles here is auto tiles. And there's a bunch of different kinds of auto tiles that all have their own little characteristics of how they work. Auto tiling has a bunch of little quirks, and I'm going to give you some tools to figure this out, but I'm not going to go into making your own assets just yet. That might be something I do in a future in a future workshop thing. I might do it on an off stream. So I'm actually going to go into this now. So the way that the tile sets are arranged are actually very specific. Tile sets are actually made out of several subset of tiles, and they're almost always in the same order. Let's go over all of them one by one now. The first two rows at the top, these are the animated auto tiles. So the two rows up here are special. They are generally meant for water and deep water. And you'll see like this. This is usually what they'll be used for. And there's usually going to be some like detailed tiles that only work in water. Right-clicking copies a tile. Right? So when you right-click a tile, that copies it so you can use it to erase. Because now I just copied grass. Right? So whenever you see like a blue glow like this, it means that I right-clicked. So you can copy a tile, you can copy the grass, and then paint it to erase. See? So, the first two rows, yes, these are animated tiles. So if there's also some waterfalls there, usually. There's going to be sometimes there's going to be just different kinds of water with their own sort of themed waterfalls that can be combined together. Oh, I should turn this off I should turn my stretch alarm off during this thing. There we go. Now, like I said, these are usually for water, but that's not actually a rule. They don't have to be for water. This is also where you're going to find just animated tiles in general, because these are the only tiles that can be animated. And so sometimes a tile set might just use this for a completely different reason. Let's check what the other one used it for. Let's see for inside. So inside here, you can just switch the tile set and it works. Yeah, inside here we have like a pool, and then we have the deep pool. See? And we also have like, these are lily pads. Yeah, these are like lily pads. And over here we have like I guess like that's like an oil slick. Yes, this will go on YouTube. And there's like another, this one is a pool with a lip around it. Let's see if one of the tile sets uses this up here for something other than water. Well, we have magma here. And like a magma fall. But so far, they all use it for water. They don't have to use it for water. I'm looking for an example of that, but I guess maybe I'm not going to get one. Science fiction outside? Well, that still uses the same thing. So I'm not sure if the default tile sets are going to have an example. Yeah, no. Well, you'll just have to believe me. That technically it doesn't have to be for water. It just is often what it's used for. Then the next 4 rows after those top 2 ones. So now we're back to the outdoors tile set. The first 4 rows up here are all terrain. So this is all for basically different kinds of dirt and roads and things. And the left-hand half of it are for actual terrain. And the right-hand half of it is for terrain that it's like a slightly upper layer terrain that's meant to go on top of those terrain tiles. So you're going to have bushes here. You're going to have fences, because the fences are just meant to go over any kind of terrain. You're going to have cracks, just anything that can layer on top of the basic terrain stuff. So left-hand side of these terrain tiles are the actual ground, all the basic ground stuff. And then right-hand side is just things you can layer on top of that. All right. Next, let's see. The third set of 4 rows are buildings and roofs. Now, buildings and roofs, this is just these 4 rows here. Now, buildings and roofs are not going to be in every tile set. And actually, you'll find that not all tile sets have all of these. You can actually decide how many of these things each tile set has. If you go back to the overworld tile set here, you'll notice that it's a lot smaller. So all of these sets that I'm talking about, they're actually optional. And not every tile set is going to have them. And this is why I switched to the outside one, because this one has all of them. So it's a bit easier to go through all of them that way. But yeah, so these are buildings and roofs. You'll generally only find these tiles in tile sets that are meant for exteriors of cities and all that. And these are meant to be interchangeable, so you can easily mix and match different walls and different roofs, like that. And yeah, these make building a city pretty quick. Now you'll notice there's some quirks with these. Like the way that they work, it takes a little bit of practice to notice, but they kind of force you to keep the building square. And anytime it notices that a building isn't square, it actually puts a wall and presumes that it's 2 separate buildings. It's one of these little quirks where eventually you realize that, yeah, that does tend to be kind of what you want. But every once in a while, you're going to get some frustration that this isn't... No, you actually did want to keep them together. But you do have a tool for this. So here's a little trick. Whenever some auto tiling is not behaving like how you want it, you can use the Shift key to make auto tiling get ignored for a moment. So for instance, let's say I don't want to put down a roof like this. This is meant to be a roof. I don't want this to be setting itself up like this automatically. I want to paint exactly this corner. So I would right click it to copy it, and then I would just hold Shift when I paint. And that makes it ignore auto tiling rules. So if you want a bit more control, this is how you do it. You just use the Shift key, and that turns off auto tiling. And this can be really useful sometimes. Like, for instance, say this is the entrance of a building. I'm going to put an entrance here. Say this is the entrance of a building. And say I want to have a path that leads to it. Right? Well, the path would lead to it like this. But that's not really what I want, right? I kind of want it to actually lead into it. So I would actually copy this tile here, because this tile looks more like what I want. I would just hold Shift and click. There you go. So yes, using Shift is a pretty good idea, I think. No, you do have to be careful. You do have to be careful about this, because these tiles are actually programmed for their purpose. So, the roof tiles are hard-coded to be a roof. That's the thing. And the wall tiles here are hard-coded to be a wall. So this wall here cannot be used as a floor. And the roof here, well, actually, the roof is a special case. Like I said, there's quirks. This is one reason why you want to experiment with RPG Maker a little bit. There's a bunch of little quirks. All of those quirks are there. They're meant to help you. But because they're meant to help you, they make a lot of assumptions about what you want. And because of this, sometimes you can strain against those assumptions a little bit. But one of the things is the roofs are actually walkable. All roofs are actually walkable. They're just set up that the only way you can get onto them is from the bottom. And because of this, if you try to use a roof like this, you'll be able to actually walk onto it from the bottom. That's right. This is exactly why they did this. They made it so that if you ever walk onto a roof from the bottom, they become essentially a floor. The only way to do this usually in a way that makes sense is to have like a ladder. So this is basically to make this easy to do here. So this here should work like built in. I shouldn't need to do anything. This should just let me climb onto the roof and walk onto it here. Let's see. Oh, it's actually not working. Whoops. Well, I thought this would work. Hang on. Maybe it's because it needs to do this. Well, that's embarrassing. I thought this would work. No, it's not working. Well, I'm a little confused, I gotta say. I thought this was how that worked. Because in Look Outside, I actually had an issue because I was accidentally using some roofs like this. Oh, maybe it's actually these. Maybe it's the next area that's like that. Oh, okay, maybe I got confused. Maybe it's not the roofs that do this. Maybe it's the dungeon walls, which is the next set we'll talk about. I might have been confused there. Yeah, let's see if this one works. I think that's it. Yeah, it's the dungeon walls that have that little particularity that I was just explaining. Yeah, that's it. Okay. So everything I just said there, forget that I said that about roofs. It's the dungeon walls that are set up that way. All right, there we go. So the roofs are actually always solid. So here, this is a good example actually of how the roofs up here and the dungeon walls just below, they look very similar, but they actually work differently. Again, these are little quirks you need to learn. But yeah, so these here are obviously, yeah, they're meant to build a city with. Yeah. The next set is the general walls or the dungeon walls. They're really just the general walls, not the dungeon walls. Yes, so the general walls are here. These are very common. Usually every map is going to have these. And yeah, these are just general purpose walls, but I really think of them as the dungeon walls. This is what you'll be using when you build a big dungeon maze somewhere. And these are actually a set of 6 tiles, alternating between roofs, walls, roofs, walls, roofs, walls, right? And yes, and again, these are also interchangeable, of course, but they generally tend to be like set for their specific floors. Like generally the building roofs and walls are meant to be interchangeable, while generally the general purpose walls are specifically drawn to match their associated roof, but sometimes they're not. And also, this is where you might find some cliffs like this. Some cliffs like this. Okay, so now, general auto-tiling advice. Oh, yes, one thing to know about auto-tiling is when you're placing a tile, it doesn't just affect the tile you're placing. It also actually, you see the other tiles around it also respond. Right? And this is another reason why you might want to use the shift key sometimes, because it doesn't just prevent the tile you're placing from auto-tiling, it also prevents disturbing the other tiles. So normally if I tried to put a wall here, it would do this, right? But if instead I hold shift, the other tiles around it are not disturbed either. So that's also useful sometimes. Yeah, just, little quirks to worry about. Hey, Empoli, thanks for the raid. I'm doing the RPG Maker crash course. All right, and below the general purpose walls here, everything below this are just not auto tiles. These are just the standard tiles down here. All the standard tiles are down there. And these are just multi-purpose. They don't have any, there's no rule about how they're used. These can be used just about anywhere with anything. I'm going into layers later. No heckling. All right. No, you cannot change the number of them. We'll be going into the Tilesets section of the database later. But yeah, there's a very specific pattern with how many of each you can use. The only ones that you can really expand is the B, C, D, and E tiles, because those you can add just a bunch of them. Okay, and actually this is the next part here. The B, C, D, and E tiles. So this was the A tiles. Like I said, these are the structural tiles. These are the tiles that you use to just build the actual map. You place down the walls, you place down the floors. And after this, we have these. Yeah, B, C. Sometimes you'll have a D and an E as well. And these, they are basically like these multi-purpose detailing and object tiles. There's no rule at all on which letter has what. It's just anything goes. And generally, they'll have a transparent background because they're meant to layer on top of the floor. They're meant to just go on top of everything. And this is where you're going to have little bushes, little details, little barrels, signs. You're going to have ladders. You're going to have all sorts of little things you can use to dress up your level. And finally, the last tab here is R. The last tab is R. And R is regions. And regions is basically used for for random encounters. So remember when we were looking at the properties earlier, the random encounters, we can make them that they cover the entire map, or we can specify a region ID. And that's going to be for, say I want goblins to only attack if you walk into the one region, right? And so you can put stuff that happens in the one region here. And so this is how you can have, say, like in a world map, it's really useful if you want like a bunch of different encounters to happen in different sections of your world map. That's what you would use for that. But this is another thing. This is another of these things that it has kind of like a normal use, but there's also a lot of stuff you can do with them. Because in code, it's very easy to, when you're programming something, it's very easy to know what region the player is currently stepping on. And you can program things to happen whenever the player steps on region 1, region 2, region 3, and all that. So there's a lot of code. This is why there's so many. This is why they put 255 of them, right? No, you can't have more. You can only have 255. You can only have 255, as far as I know. Maybe there might be some plugin that can help. I don't know, but 255 is the maximum. And so one thing that I used regions in Look Outside doesn't have random encounters, but I used regions for the different stepping sounds on all the surfaces. So, for instance, whenever I had carpet in a map, I had a specific number that I used for carpet. Maybe it was like 2. And so any spot there were carpet, I could just put 2s. And it would know to play the sound of walking on carpet whenever you walk on a 2. And like, grids, like a floor grates, I had another number for those. And tiling floor, I had a number for those. So I actually use this just for the sounds, for the stepping sounds. But yeah, you can just come up with anything you do if you're willing to program it, of course. But outside of that, like the intended purpose of them is for regions for battle encounters. You cannot. You can only have one. You can only have one region per tile. One thing you can do though is you can put some logic that like, you can put some logic that say 1 does something and 2 does something and 3 does something, but also like maybe like you could say that like 13 is actually the effects of 1 and 3 together. You could program that. You can put a way to sort of combine them. Yeah, if you have only 9 base effects, you can just kind of use the digits of 1 to 9 if you like, and then just use the actual, use the numbers from 10 to 99 to combine them. You could like there's ways to figure things like that, but really, if you want to do like really complicated things, that's probably not what you want to do regions for. You're gonna have plenty of other ways to have specific things happen when you step on specific floors. Regions is more for like when something happens in a lot of places, when you want to be able to really paint that effect down everywhere using the region tool. Okay, now let's move on to layers. Okay, so now this does not apply to every version of RPG Maker. I think this was actually added in MZ, or maybe it was added in MV. But layers are a thing. So depending on which version of RPG Maker you have, you might not have that part. So the game automatically handles layers for the most part. So when you put down a wall like this, and everything like that, and you put down some roofs, the game kind of handles walls on it, like layers on its own. Like all the basic terrain layers are put in the bottom. So you have these different like layer buttons up here. And here, the first button is to let the game handle layers. Right? So this is you let the game handle it automatically. And then after this, it's buttons for you to manually pick which layer you want to write on. Right? Can you walk behind walls? Well, you can set certain walls so that you can walk behind them, yes. But that needs to be set up for this. I think maybe the roofs, the tops of roofs are set up for that. I actually forget. Let's try it. Are the tops of roofs set up so that you walk behind them? No, they're not. They're not. But yes, you can, however, you can set up certain tiles so that you walk behind them. But you do need to do this manually. So one thing that that RPG Maker knows to do is to automatically let you overlap certain objects. So say you grab this tent up here and you place it using automatic layering, so the first button up there, and you place the tent. And then if you try to place another one that overlaps the first one, it automatically layers them like this, right? And then if you check the layers, you can see that it automatically like puts some of them on another layer just so that you can kind of see? It kind of does this automatically. So technically, you don't need to worry about the layers yourself. However, sometimes it can lead to certain unexpected things. So, for instance, you should not just paint on top of a, when you're using the B, C, D, E tiles, right? You don't want to be painting on top of something to erase it, because it's not going to do this if you're doing automatic layering. It's always going to layer them on top of one another instead, right? So if you're used to just painting over something to erase it, don't do that, because you just end up with overlapping tiles. You want to actually copy like the empty ground and then paint that on top to erase it first. So that can be a little annoying sometimes. You can also select a specific layer. Now, if you select the bottom layer and you you put some B tiles, it actually removes the terrain, because the bottom layer is where the terrain is. So generally, you don't want to be on the bottom layer to put down some detailing tiles. You want to be at least on the layer just above it. Although the layer just above it is usually where it automatically places these, the bushes. These automatically go on this layer here, on the second layer. So generally, the two bottom layers are for terrain, and the two top layers are for objects. But you don't have to follow these rules. You can do whatever you want. You can actually layer. So normally, you would not be able to layer these on top of one another. If you're using this, it's not going to let you, because these live on the same layer. But you can just take over the layering yourself to layer them more, right? And then I can go on the top layer and add cracks on top of all this. Now the result here is complete and utter nonsense, but still. So taking control of layers here lets you break the rules a little bit, which is nice. But for regular purposes, you can generally just stick to automatic layering. It's pretty smart. Generally, it's going to get you what you want. Just be aware. If something looks weird, if something looks like it's not behaving the way you're thinking, just have a look at the layers. You might find out why. Maybe it was just putting them in the wrong spot. Okay, that's it for general tilings. Yeah. That's basically it for tiles. So feel free to experiment a little bit. This is where I would have like a break, but I guess the ads decided when I would have the break for me. So I guess I'll just have just a minute for if people if people have questions. I'll just wait a little bit. And after this, we are going to go into the database. And after that, we're going to build events. We got a lot to talk about. There's a lot to cover. There's 4 layers. Blixiverse. There's 2 terrain layers. And there's 2 detail layers. Normally, if you want a chandelier that you can walk under, generally, so you could do this with tiles, because you can set certain tiles to be always above you, right? But you can also use events for that, and we're going to go into events later. But yes, events are often what you will want to do for something like this. But you can also, if it is a tile, you can also set tiles to be always above you. I didn't use a lot of auto tiling on Look Outside because I wanted the walls to have a very specific look, if you remember. Like the walls are always, they're kind of like Zelda, like A Link to the Past walls, where it's like you're looking down and there's like a fisheye lens effect, sort of. And auto walls are really bad for that. Auto tiling walls are really, really bad for this. So in Look Outside, because I wanted more control like this, I basically only used the bottom sets of tiles. I did use the auto tiles for floors, though. But I did not use a lot of auto tiled walls. I did use some, but very little. Mostly because of the wall problem. The different auto tile looks into individual tiles to pick from. Well, normally to do this, I would actually just paint the pattern I want and then grab it. So I would like set aside like one section of map and just kind of draw what I want and then grab it from there. That's usually what I do. Yeah, like you're making your own little palette on the side, yeah. But also, if there's a specific section of a tile that you find yourself using a lot, it might be worth actually grabbing that tile, modifying the asset, the actual tile map asset, and actually adding it as a separate, simple non-auto tile in the bottom. Okay. Let's go into the database. The database is going to be a big chunk of this because there's a lot to cover. There is a lot to cover in the database. So the database is where all of your game's information is. This is where you set up the player characters, their party of friends, all the game's items and weapons to collect, and enemies, enemy groups, everything is in there. So we're going to go through every tab here and explain what's going on in them. So first, the Actors tab. This is where you set up all the characters that can join your party. Actors is the special term RPG Maker uses for any character that can join your party. So that's just whenever you hear actors, that's specifically what it means. Like it could have been party member. I don't know why they decided to name them actors instead, but you know, I guess they think of them as the main characters of the story. So, you know, so you give them a name, you can give them a nickname, you can give them a class, which is sort of the mechanical side of them. But the classes are actually set up in a separate tab. You can give them an initial level, starting level, maximum level, a profile that appears in their status when you examine them. You choose their art here from different face assets and characters here. And also side view battler, because one of the things in the game is you can actually have a side view battle system like in Final Fantasy, or a front view one like in Dragon Quest. And depending on which type of combat you chose, you might need to have these side view battles, side view characters for the battles. I actually recommend starting with the front view, because the side view does add the extra requirement of having like these extra sprites here, and that makes it just a little bit more work. Yes, this will be put up to YouTube, Noel Mora. Okay, let's keep going down here. Yes, you can give them like starting equipment here, of course. Now here you have traits. Traits are actually really important. Traits are actually something you'll see quite a bit. So this list here of what traits are and what they can do actually is like pretty important to get familiar with, because these are used and reused in almost every other tab here. Traits are like these special character-specific features, and so here, if you put them here, you would decide that that this character, say Raid here, you might say this character always resists fire, right? So you would say, okay, Raid has the trait of resisting fire at 50%, right? Or another, this one, you can just increase, like Raid also always has 50% more attack than anyone else. Stuff like that. So this is what you do here in traits. But almost anything in the game can give traits. Like equipped items can give traits, classes give traits, status effects can give traits. Enemies also have traits. So that's what I mean, right? These are used almost everywhere. So it's a good idea to get familiar with them. They're like the basic way. They're like one of the main ways that characters get modified or get some special features. This is where you can have someone do counterattacks when they're hit. This is where you can change hit rate or evasion rate or critical hits. Almost everything uses traits. But yeah, that's it for actors, though. That's about it. So here you'll see that these are like pre-made characters. These are really just meant to be placeholder. They're not visible to the player. No, they're all sort of an sort of built-in under the hood thing. So if you want to use traits, you're gonna need to like tell the player about them yourself in a sense. So you're gonna have to like through the story tell them that raid resists fire, or if a piece of armor increases evasion, you're gonna need to actually write it down in the description. Because the interface tends to, like the built-in RPG Maker games interface, if something increases accuracy or critical hit rate, it doesn't show you that. These are all very like under the hood mechanics. So whenever you want the player to know about them, you just need to actually tell them. But yeah, so all these pre-made characters here, you're not really meant to use them, but they are useful if you're building a world before you're building your characters. That way, you already have a bunch of characters to test your world with. It's kind of like a running joke that the built-in characters of every RPG Maker game always spell out something different. With RPG Maker MZ, they were a bit boring and made it actually spell out RPG Maker. But all the others say different things. But yeah, so you're not really meant to use them in your final game. You're just meant. They also kind of work as examples of the kinds of things you can do too. There isn't a built-in way to make RPG Maker tell you like your accuracy or your critical hit rate or stuff like this, but there are plugins that add that. There's a bunch. You can find all sorts of plugins to add things like this. But yes, there's no built-in way to make these things visible. All right, so let's move on to classes. So classes is a lot like actors, but now it's the more mechanical side. This is where you actually have the stats of characters, and you have like the skills they learn. You have like the XP curve, how much XP it takes to reach each level. This is all stuff you can play with. It also has a list of traits, and this is often where you're going to have... Because traits is also where you enable characters to equip certain kinds of items, and this is where these are going to be set up. So say the swordsman here can equip swords, daggers, general armor, light armor, small shield. This is where all of that is set up here. Now, a lot of the time, depending on the kind of game you have, every actor is just going to have their own class. And as far as you're concerned, you could just think of actors and classes as being like connected rigidly. The reason they made them separate is that some people might want to make games where you can change your class, or where you might have you might have a thing where like, okay, you have a specific character at the start of the game, but you choose one of two classes or something like this. Or maybe halfway through the game, your characters change classes, or stuff like that. That's why this separated them. Also, you might have several characters using the same class, stuff like that. It is not really like a CRPG. There isn't a lot of built-in CRPG kind of mechanics in RPG Maker. The closest thing to this is that I think skills you learn in one class remain learned even if you change classes, I think. So because of this, I think if you change classes... I think you can do like a Final Fantasy V type thing where like you accumulate certain things from different classes and it stays. I think you keep your skills when you change. I think you also keep your stat growth, but I'm not sure. Yeah, I haven't done a lot of class changing things in RPG Maker stuff, so we're kind of entering something where I'm not really sure if I'm lying to you all there. So that'd be something to look into. But yes, I mean, for your purposes, if you're not making a game where characters change classes, you can just think of each actor as having one class, and the fact that these are two separate things might not really be useful to you. In the case of Look Outside, that's exactly the case. Every character in Look Outside has a specific class, and basically my actors are empty, and I just set up everything into the class, right? But if like this, if you also have a similar situation, you might want to put everything into actor instead, and that I don't think it would change anything. All right, moving on. Oh yes, do remember though, if you're erasing these classes, I don't recommend, unless you before you become more familiar with how the database works and everything, I don't recommend you delete all the classes, because sometimes these things can be helpful to remind you of how classes work, right? I wouldn't be too hasty to delete everything they give you, because they can be useful examples. Yes, that is something I also, yes, Support Goes here says, please God, Frankie, help me get the damage numbers and HPs out of the hundreds. Yes, I agree. That's also something I don't really like about how the default RPG Maker game has way too many digits and everything. I hate that. I really hate just how everything is in the hundreds and everything. I also find that a bit annoying. I tend to go over and reduce the stats of everything, but it's especially the two main things. If you want to lower the numbers, right? I would recommend you don't lower the main stats too much. I would recommend you mainly lower HP and the damage formulas of skills. These are the two important things to lower. Okay? The others, I think you can kind of also maybe MP. You can also lower MP, but it's really the HP and the very high damage formulas. Yeah, I think it's better to do that, because the actual attack numbers are not that crazy. I mean, I prefer them. The actual attack numbers here by default are not that wild. But yeah, so okay, let's go into the specifics here before we move on, before we get lost into other things. So the way that you set up HP and everything here, all these different stat, I mean, you can kind of see the little stat growth here. I do really like how they're presented. That's really nice. All the little stat graphs here. And here, you can just view the values at different numbers. And this is HP. This is why the numbers are crazy. I hate how at level 1 you have over 500 HP. I hate that. The other stats are not that crazy, though. The other stats are a bit more reasonable. But yeah, you can generate... So you can do quick settings, which is basically just these presets. And these quick settings are fine. Other than HP, like I said, HP is way too high. But I feel like these numbers are actually pretty good. You can just use these if you like. And, this is for a good stat. This was for a bad stat. And also you can generate a curve. And I kind of like how this works too. You can just kind of set, okay, how high do you want this stat to be at level 1 and how high it is at level 99. And it just does it for you. And that's pretty handy. Say you want to make a game where defense never comes from leveling up, like in Look Outside. In Look Outside, most characters have no defense innately. All defense comes from armor. This is just the way I like to think about armor. So to do this, very simple. Just 0, 0, bam, bing, bang, boom. Simple as. So I kind of like how it's set up here. I think the generate curve here is pretty good. Yeah. And also, you can kind of see how the growth type works here by testing it with 0 to 100. So 0 to 100. Regular growth type is just simple. At 50, you got 50. But let's see what happens if you 0 to 100 with at slow growth type. Ooh, it does a thing. So it takes a while to get going, but then it gets to the same thing at the end. Or fast growth type. Woo! Now you actually get a lot of increases. This is the Dark Souls approach to stats right there. Yeah, this is the Dark Souls stats here. There you go. You want to use the fast growth for the Dark Souls stats. Yep. Yeah, there you go. Okay, so one thing. I guess we're gonna talk about skills here, so that's gonna be relevant. Yeah. Okay, yeah. Let's get into skills. So skills are going to be the first really overwhelming list here. There's a lot of pre-made skills, and they're actually really good. I actually really like the pre-made skills here. Like, there's just a large sample of them, and it gives you really good examples of how to use the mechanics. I actually really like this skill list. It's kind of overwhelming because there's a lot of them, but these are all really like good examples of how to do all sorts of basic kinds of attacks, right? So, okay, one first thing you should know is don't change the first two unless you know what you're doing, because these are hard coded to be like the first one up here is hard coded to be the regular attack. When you do a regular attack in combat, it's going to use this. So if you change that, you're changing how the regular attacks works for everybody and everything. And like I said, I was saying earlier, you should, if you don't like the big numbers, change attack here. Change, instead of being, this is the damage formula. We're going to go into this later. But change attack to ×2 minus defense without the ×2. This is how you want the formula to be if you want smaller numbers, right? So this is just a little side thing here. Lower the actual like life amounts here, like starts at 100 and ends at like, I don't know, 800 instead. And it becomes like a tiny thing here because they're used to like huge scales. So do this and also have that as like the usual stats for the usual formula for damage. And we're gonna go into this in just a moment. Okay, so let's talk about the skills, how this works. Also, the second one, same thing. The second skill here, that's another thing you should not change lightly. This is the guard skill. This is what happens when you use the guard or defend skill in any battle. So again, don't change this unless you know what you're doing. But everything else you can change. And yeah, I really like this because it just gives you examples on how to build your own skills. And these are good examples. Like, this really goes over basically every generic RPG ability, Flash, what a flash attack does, and this is how you do it, Yeah, these are just really good examples. I really like the skill list. And here you got like basic magic and you know how these work. You have single target healing, group target healing. Again, the only things you'll really want to change if you want to use these and you don't like the default numbers is the numbers here are completely fucking crazy. The base healing heals by 500. Yeah, get out of here. So ridiculous. But yes, I do recommend you look over this if you're interested in making your own custom skills. Don't delete them. Don't delete the existing ones too quickly. Start by just making your own and maybe try to find the closest skill that exists in here to what you want to make, right? And just copy it and maybe modify it, make your own version of it and see how it works. Experiment with those skills. All right, let's go over all of this here, all these panels, these scary panels. Let's go into, let's see, regular attack. Let's just describe how the regular attack works. Okay, so over here, actually, this is a bad example because you're never going to see a description of the regular attack, but anyway. So you got the attack, you got the icon. Again, you would never see it for the attack because that's just the regular attack button. But if this was a skill, that would be the icon that appears next to the skill in your menu. Description would be the text that appears when you're hovering it in the menu. Skill type. Okay, so skill type is normally important. This tells you the menu that the skill appears in. And certain classes might only have access to magic or only have access to special, right? So mages might only have access to magic, and warriors might only have access to special. And these are like in separate categories because you might decide to use the categories to lock out certain skills by category, and this is how you would do it. So you want to make sure that that you apply like the correct one here for the character that uses it, right? I don't know if it actually renames the button if you change these. We can test that. We can test that right now. Attack, but dumb. Guard. Guard. Yes, please. Let's see if it works. I have no idea. Let's just test it. I don't know. I actually just don't know. Let's test the battle after renaming these. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Boo. It does not rename them. You can rename them. I know you can rename them, but it looks like it doesn't grab the name from the skill. So that means the actual name of these two up here is just for your benefit. All right. So let's go into these other details here. So yes, you can add more skill types. Yes, Lixiverse, and we'll go into this a little bit later because you add these in System 1 or System 2, I think. But yes, so it'll take a while before we get there. MP cost, simple as just, MP, mana, magic points, whatever. TP cost, that's a little different. TP is a kind of an optional thing that you may or may not choose to have in the game, and you can turn them off in one of the system tabs. You can turn off the TP display. So mana is meant to be a resource that you manage over the course of your adventure that recovers whenever you go like sleep in an inn or whenever you use like a mana potion, while TP is meant to be a resource that is just for this battle, right? So it's a resource that might, like for some characters, they might gain TP when they take a hit or when they attack or when they use a certain skill. So these are like battle-only resources. While MP is more like a long-term cost thing, right? Very often in a lot of games, MP is going to be what like wizards use, and TP is going to be what what like warrior types use. This is the TP. Yes, the TP meter is the only one you can hide. Is the only one that they decided like is kind of a more niche idea thing, and that not every game is going to want. But all the others are always shown. You can, however, use plugins to hide things or change how things work further. But as far as the built-in goes, the TP meter is the only one you can remove. Scope tells you who is affected by the attack. So it can be none. Sometimes that makes sense if it's like just something that doesn't have a target. Enemy, and ally, or user. So whoever used the skill is targeted. And also for enemy or ally, you also can choose one, all, or random. And when it comes to ally, you can also decide if it only targets living characters, dead characters for like Phoenix Downs or revive stuff, or unconditional if it targets both living or dead for like a mega heal that fully heals someone and also revives them if they're dead and blah, blah. So yeah, this is a pretty important little thing here. Then we have the occasion. Occasion tells you when you can use this. Can you always use it? Can you use it only in battle? Can you use it only when you're not in battle but you're checking your menu? Or never. Which means like it's never usable. So occasion never would be for like a passive skill that isn't used manually, but instead something might just check if you have the skill for something, or maybe that skill you programmed it to like boost a stat if you have it or something like that. You're not going to use the never occasion very often. Usually that's a very niche thing that you need to program something for, but they just put that there for people where that would be useful. Then invocation. So, okay. Invocation, speed, what speed does here changes depending on the type of battle system you choose. So there's 3 battle systems you can choose from when you make a game with RPG Maker. There's 3 like built-in variations of the battle system. You can have a turn-based battle system, and you can have the Final Fantasy style action time battle where like there's little meters, and when they reach the maximum they can attack. And there is both the active and the wait versions of that. And if you're using turn-based, it means that a speed just decides the order in which actions happen. So you can have an attack like a quick attack. I think there is like a quick attack here that we can use as an example. Swordsman / no, none of these are like that. Come on. Eye poke. No. I'm using... Come on. Give me an example somewhere. God damn it. Oh. There's... Okay. So here, protect. Yeah, that makes sense. The knight, so the tank type character, has a protect move and has a speed of 2,000 to make sure it always goes first, right? That makes sense. Falcon thrust is also something that's meant to always attack first. Yeah, performs an attack on an enemy faster than anyone else. So that just gives a crazy high speed to make sure it always goes first. So that's what speed does. It just changes the order of actions. But if you're using the active time battle, speed and agility become something different. Instead, it affects how quickly someone acts. And so agility and speed become way, way more powerful because someone with very high agility actually acts more often. They actually get more turns, which is a little bit nuts. So you have to be careful. Agility becomes very, very different if you go for the active time battle system. Okay. Animation, that's just, which built-in animation you want to use for the action. That's going to be in the systems later, that we choose the battle system. Yeah, it's down there somewhere. I think it's system 1. Yeah, here. You see front view or side view, and then you see battle system. It's all there. Okay, next, down here, messages. This is just what appears on screen when the action happens. You're going to see this in a few places. You see %1. %1 is like a special code that means this is going to be replaced by some word or some number that makes sense. So %1 attacks here. The person sign 1 here is going to be replaced by the name of the person that attacks, right? The character that attacks is going to be put there. You're going to see %1, %2. You have to like kind of use context to realize what it's going to be replaced with. Required weapon. So you can make it that certain skills can only be used if the user has a weapon of a certain type equipped. So say you have like swordsman skills. They probably have those here. Yeah, swordsman skills. Oh, they didn't even set them up that way, but yeah, if you have like a special thing, a character that does special skills only with swords, then yes, Look Outside does use this. Actually, no, Look Outside does that only on a few things. Most of it is actually weapons actually giving you the skill and not using required weapon. The only stuff that uses required weapons is like Helen's stab ability that only works on daggers and knives and like slashing weapons. That uses required weapon. Because that's a skill that Helen has, but it is only activated if you have the right kind of weapon. But most other weapon-specific skills in Look Outside are actually skills that the weapon teaches you if you have it equipped. Which is a built-in thing. This isn't from a plugin or anything. Okay, now next, let's go into the damage formula. So the damage formula, I mean, you just get to write exactly how the damage is calculated. Here you choose what kind of damage it is. can have HP, MP damage, HP recover, MP recover, HP drain or MP drain. Here you have an element, so you can choose different elements to apply, elemental resistances and immunities and weaknesses. And yes, you can add your own elements. This is going to be later. I think it's in types. Yeah, in the type, this is where you add like all of these things. You have elements, skill types here, weapon types, armor types, equipment types. So types is where you add all these things there. Variance is like the percentage variance from the calculation. So 20% variance means if the formula calculates 100, then it's actually going to do a random amount between 80 and 120. And critical hits is this if critical hits are enabled for this. So if it's yes, then it's going to roll the critical hit chance and then apply the critical hit damage if it works. Effects is where you can add a lot of special things to the skill. So this is where you can add like special effect escape for the escape skill. You can have like status effects here, debuffs, poison for the venom attack. Usually it's often for special status effects, but there's all sorts of things you can do there. You can remove status effects, use for the cure. Yeah, a lot of these here are just going to be status effects and debuffs. But yes, effects is another of these things that you should try to be a bit more familiar with because there's a lot of things you can do with this. So you can gain TP here from using the skill. There's some special effects like actually there's just escape there. You can permanently grow a stat by using an ability. You can learn a new skill. Or you can run a common event. We're going to go into common events later. But yeah, and then you have a note, the note box, of course. Okay, that's it for the skills. Now let's go into the items. Items are actually very similar to the skills in what you can do with them. Because whenever you use an item, it's kind of like you use the skill. So they have a lot of, there's a lot of overlap between the two here. The only difference is here you choose the price for the item if you want to sell it in a shop. You also choose if it's a regular item, a key item, or hidden items. Hidden items are just a weird thing you might have a use for, but you don't need to worry about them too much. Like, for instance, hidden items is what I used in... I use hidden items for, like, weird dialogue choices in Look Outside. But there's a bunch of things you can do with them. Also, for, like, food, whenever you have food in your fridge... Whenever you grabbed items that I didn't want to see appear in your actual inventory because they're just back at home, I just made those items hidden items so they don't appear in your inventory. There isn't a difference, as far as I know, between hidden item A and hidden item B. But I think the idea is that you can make the player choose an item from a list out of all the items they have, including, and you can pick specifically, choose an item from hidden item A. And so you can use this to have like a weird, like huge choice between a bunch of things. So it's like, think of these as like fake items or something. It's like using the item system for something that isn't actually your items, It's a little weird, but you can ignore this for now. It's not really something you need to worry about. Really, you're mostly going to use regular and key items. And the rest is basically the same. The rest is basically the same. Oh, something I actually didn't go into earlier. The hit type. Actually, I didn't go into the rest of invocation now. And both items and skill has it, so... Success rate is just the success... The chance that it works or doesn't work. And it's a percentage chance. And repeat is, it kind of says, it's kind of what you think. If you set a repeat of 2, Whatever the effect of this item or skill is, it's going to happen twice. And hit type here, okay, hit type is important to know about. Hit type is very important to know about. A certain hit is something that's going to ignore all accuracy and evasion and everything, and is just always going to hit. It's going to ignore any kind of like physical immunity or magic immunity or any kind of like counterattack or dodging or anything like this. It's going to ignore all of that. It's just always going to hit no matter what. So be careful, because I think it is the default usually. Yeah, when you create a new item, when you create a new skill, certain hit is the default. So you don't want to use this. You basically want to use this on anything that is not physical and not magic, and it just hits you no matter what. So you're going to use this for like special moves that you don't want to be considered magic. You don't want like someone who's immune to magic to be immune to this, because it's something greater than that or different from that. Like a gun, yes. Although in Look Outside, guns are magic. I actually use the magic system entirely for guns not in Malison, in Look Outside. No, you cannot make other hit types. It's only certain hit, physical or magical. But you can change what magical means, essentially. It's up to you to decide what is a physical or what is a magical attack. No, ammo is actually TP replaced. MP is just became stamina. But I actually use the TP for your ammo display in Look Outside. Okay, let's return to items. So yes, items also have damage formula here, because sometimes you might use an item to do like an attack, like throwing knives and stuff. So this is why it has like a damage formula thing. And effects are the same as skills. So yeah, items and skills are basically the same thing. It's just, they're just used in a different way. Skills are learned and items are just found as around. But in turn, like the things you can do with them are basically the same. Let's go into weapons. Weapons are pretty self-explanatory. Weapons and armors are actually very similar. And you're going to have a little bit of what you saw in items. But you have weapon types, and weapon types are generally something that only certain classes have access to. And you can add more weapon types in the types tab here. And of course, weapons have a price, and they have parameter changes, like armors also do. You can just give them different. Usually it's going to just increase attack, because that's literally going to be where the weapon damage comes from. And then you have traits. So like I said, traits come back all the time. The traits here are the exact same things that you can also add to actors and classes. So traits here, very, very useful to know about, because this is everything you can do. And a lot of this is going to be just the effects of just having it equipped. You can make it that having the short sword equipped, allows you to equip a new type of sword only, armor or something. You can also make a cursed weapon here by doing seal equip. No, lock equip? No, it's lock equip. So say you have a weapon and you make lock equip weapon. When you equip it, it's going to be a cursed weapon. So you won't be able to remove it after you equip it. Seal equip means you can no longer equip anything on that slot. So that would be for like a two-handed weapon. You might seal the shield if you equip that two-handed weapon. That's going to mean, while you have this weapon equipped, you can't have shields. Also, you can make something a dual wield thing. That means you gain dual wielding if you have this equipped. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff you can do here. A lot of stuff to experiment with. And yes, so weapon and armor's almost the same thing. The main difference is weapons actually have an attack animation you can set. And the attack animation is just gonna be what happens when you do the regular attack while you have that weapon equipped. While the armor instead, the armor is almost all the same thing, but it has armor type and equipment type. Equipment type is the equipment slot that it gets into. So this is where you have like head items, and you can add more equipment slots if you like. One thing you can't do with the built-in system, though, is you cannot have multiple slots that can have the same items in them, unfortunately. So you can't have like multiple ring slots with the built-in system. There's probably a plugin that lets you do this, though. There's probably a plugin that lets you do it. But yeah, so weapon and armor, basically the same thing. Now, okay, enemies. Enemies is going to be a bit more complicated. There's more to say. So, for some reason, RPG Maker MZ has very few enemies by default. I don't know why. I feel like every other RPG Maker had like an entire game's roster of enemies, while RPG Maker only has 5. I'm not sure why. It's a little weird. But yeah, let's go through these. So over here we got monster name. We have the stats. It's all the same stats as the player has. You choose here the sprite. There's a bunch of lovely pre-made sprites for you to use that came packaged in the engine. MV only has 4? Really? Damn. So I guess it started with MV that they stopped putting like dozens of enemies. Who knows? But yeah, so you have your base stats over here. Over here you have XP and gold that you get for killing them. You have the item drops. You can have up to 3 item drops per enemy. And you choose whether it's an item, weapon, or armor. Since they're separate lists, then you kind of want to have them in separate things here. The probability, it's a little odd how it works, but I kind of like it. The probability is written in 1 in 1 in 2, 1 in 3, 1 in 4, 1 in 5, 1 in 6. So if you used to think of probability in percentage points, it's a little weird. And like at first I was wondering why they didn't just make it a percentage. But the more I thought about it, the more I actually liked that it lets you just think about the probability of an item drop literally in terms of how many enemies you need to kill to get that item, you know? Like the number is literally, you press 8 if you want, on average, to get 1 for killing 8 of them. So it actually kind of makes sense to decide to write it this way. Even if technically it gives you less control over the percentage, it is more useful in the way that you're going to think about how often are you going to be fighting this guy, So, I think it kind of makes sense, actually. There is no built-in way to add more items in this, but if you want some very specific item drops, there's other ways to give items at the end of battles. You don't need to use the item drop system for that. So if there's one enemy that you want to give a ton of items, I don't think you can use decimals in this, no. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you can't. No, you can't. But yes, there's a bunch of ways to add items in yeah, you can give items in other ways than this. Let's see. Okay. Now, let's go into the action pattern. This takes a little bit more experimentation. This might take but I really like, actually, the system for action patterns. It's not perfect, but this is basically your enemy AI. And this is how it works. So see the goblin at the top here? See, there's 2 attacks set up here, attack and body slam. These are just the 2 attacks that the goblin has. And the goblin is going to pick a random from these 2. And these 2 just have the same chance of being picked. So when you fight a goblin, he's going to sometimes use attack, sometimes use body slam. It's just a 50-50 chance. And you can actually add another body slam here. And it actually changes the chance. Now, there's actually twice as likely to use body slam to use attack if you do this. But another way to do this, to make it that an attack is more likely than the other, is to just change the rating. So how rating works is, if the rating is higher, it's just more likely to pick it. And if the rating is 2 points higher, it's way more likely. It's like 2/3 of the time it's going to pick attack instead of body slam here. And if it's more than 2 points higher, then it never picks the other. So if attack is at 8 and body slam is at 5, it's never going to use body slam. But you can combine this with conditions. See? So I could say, let's say that body slam. No, let's say that. Yeah, I'm going to actually make attack 5. And I'm going to make body slam the one that has the high likelihood. But I'm also going to add a condition here. And the condition is going to be every 2 turns. Right? And that means every 2 turns, it's only going to be able to use body slam every 2 turns. That means with this, it's essentially going to alternate between attack and body slam, attack, body slam. So once you figure out these tools, there's actually a lot of fun things you can do with this system. One of the big weaknesses of it, though, is you can't combine several conditions. You can only pick one condition at a time. So you can't have something that happens every 2 turns and only happens when the enemy is at 50% or 40% HP or less, you know? So you can't combine them, unfortunately. But if you want something more complicated to decide the enemy action, you can do that still. You just have to do this in the next section. So I guess think of this as like the simple part of enemy AI. And if you want to do something more complicated, you want to do this in the next section, the next tab, troops. So think of this as like the baseline AI. And if you want something more advanced, there's another set of tools later you can use for that. But yes, it's pretty fun what you can do with this. You can make it that the enemy only does certain actions when it has a specific status effect, right? So like if it's paralyzed, if it's paralyzed, it won't be able to move. But if it's poisoned, it might vomit or something. Like you can do all sorts of things with that. You can also have certain things that only happen if the party level is above a certain amount, to essentially make a boss that's more dangerous if you attack it at a certain high level. That's kind of fun. You can also use switches, which we haven't gone into yet. But switches are basically a type of variable that you can use for logic things. And this is one way that you can just turn on certain abilities using logic here. You can make it that like this entire, like all goblins become more dangerous later if you do a certain thing. You know, you might anger the goblins by doing something in the game, and that might like add a bunch of nastier abilities that only happen if this switch is turned on, right? And like, you steal their treasure somewhere, and when you steal that treasure, it turns the switch goblins angry goblins. When you pick up their treasure, it sets this to true here. And then it's going to make, now the goblins body slam you every time they see you now. You have our treasure. And then the body slam. And of course, like I said earlier, traits, very useful to learn about traits because enemies also use traits. And you can use that here. So like I said, it's useful to get used to traits because almost everything uses them. How do you specify states? Not sure what you mean by that. How do you create new states? Oh, switches. How do you turn switches on and off? Or how do you like add what a switch does or something? So, okay, so on one side, you can actually. So you can. Do you mean like typing it down what it does here? Yeah, so add what it does. So that's all up to you. This is all logic that you are building. The switches internally, like, they don't do anything. Um, you know? So you would. These are all. This is all logic that you make up. These are just. And yeah, the notes are just for your own benefit. So here, goblin, angry. And I would need to choose when that switch is turned on. And I would need to choose what that switch actually does using actually one of these things. So if I added a new attack here, like this here would be making. Yes, they are Boolean variables. Yeah, I'm going to go into switches and stuff a little bit later. In the events section when we're going to be building events. But yeah, switches are just Boolean variables. If you're a programmer type, they just decided to call them switches because I figure that it's just a bit more intuitive what a switch is. You know, it's a switch. You turn it on or off, and it might activate something when it's on. You know, it makes sense. Yeah, it makes sense. Okay, now let's go into troops. So the enemy tab is where you set up individual monsters, and troops is where you set up battles. For the most part, these can be really simple. These can just be groups of enemies. That can be it. These are just groups of enemies, and you fight them. But you can also put some logic for exactly what happens in that battle, right? So let's look at them here. So at the top here, you have a name. The name is just for your own benefit. I don't think anything actually uses the name in the game. You can change the background, but changing the background here doesn't actually do anything in the game. If you remember when we were looking at the room properties, the room properties here is where you choose what the background of a battle is, or you can also choose it, like change it manually in code somewhere. But in here, when you change the background, it's just for reference when you're putting characters down to know, like, okay, I want the bird to be like here because I know this is the background you'll be fighting the birds in. So you're just setting it up here just to know where to place your characters, you know? So it's just change backgrounds, but for the editor, right? And battle test is very handy. This is where you actually can test battles without having to like play through the game and get to them. You can actually like set your party of characters, give them different levels, give them starting equipment and stuff. And so that's pretty handy, especially if you've been programming a bunch of complicated things here and you want to be able to test them quickly. That's very handy for that. All right, so let's go into, yes, the battle event. Okay, so battle events. So we're going to be going into building events later, right? Building events. And this is basically using the same logic as building events. So I'm not going to go too deep into this yet. But I'll still give a little example of what you can do with them. All right? So, so this is just a scripting tool for you to write down things that happen during battle. And this can be as simple as actually forcing a monster to do a specific action, or it can be adding dialogue to the battle. This is actually, so in Look Outside, this is where most dialogue is written in Look Outside. Most dialogue actually happens in battles. So let's have it that these guys, at the end of the first turn, one of them is going to insult you. He's going to say, goblin. That's a goblin, let's say. Or evil. Evil. Yeah, that's clearly a zombie, but you're an ugly guy. Damn. All right? That's going to be at the end of the first turn. And then I can add a new page. Each of these pages here or like different things you can have happen. In the second page here, I'm going to say that every turn after that, the goblin is going to say, ooh, and then, because he doesn't like it, I'm going to make this happen on every turn. Starting from turn 2. There you go. So you can say, you're an ugly guy at the end of turn 1. And then, oh, every turn after that. So now, there you go. You'll see the... I'm going to guard so I don't just kill them. Oh, they attack. Oh, no. And then, you're an ugly guy. Oh, no. Oh, now they're going to say, oh, every time. All right, you get it. But here's one thing. So remember what I said when I said that, the AI here, there's only so much complexity you can put here because you can only have one condition at a time. If you want something to happen that's more complicated than this, you can actually use this to have a more complicated kind of actions. So, for instance, I could make it that this goblin, again, we're going to go into this here later. All of these event commands here, these are going to happen later. Well, one of the things you can do here is force action. And force action actually just tells them what to do in combat. So you can just build them that way. So if the built-in sort of battle AI thing doesn't really give you enough control for one particular battle that's more complicated, you can just program it here instead. And here you have all the complexity you want. So let's say he's going to scratch me. And he's going to... So you can make it choose the target itself, or attack again the last target, or attack a specific character. Let's pick at random a scratch. It's going to be the goblin doing it. You can actually pick a specific goblin and make it. I'm going to make it the second goblin. And before doing this, the goblin is going to say, I'm gonna get ya. And after the scratch, it's going to say, got him. So there you go. So you can actually use this to have more granular control over exactly what happens during the fight. And you can put logic in here. You can put all sorts of things. You can add like conditions. He's only going to do this if you have this guy in your party or anything like that. You're an ugly guy. And then the betrayal. I'm going to get you. And then you should use... Oh, I think that was the scratch there. There you go. And you should do this every turn now. All right. Yeah, that's troops. That's troops. Okay, any questions? I quite like the enemy tab. I like the action patterns here, but it is a little more limited. Well, this, this gives you all the tools. One annoyance I have with this, though, is that it's a very, very small box to put in complicated things in. It's a very small box. So if you do something like me, where you have like huge amounts of dialogue that all need to fit in that tiny box, it's a little frustrating. I really wish that they made it you could just stretch this window bigger and give yourself just more space to program with. But yes, you can put if statements here, but we're going to go into event commands later. We're going to go into building events. No, you can't resize. Alas. That I would say this is the biggest limitation of using battle events. Is it's really cumbersome. It's really, really cumbersome to write like a big event here. One thing you can do though is you can just use the common events. Common events is a bigger box. You can just write something here and then just call the common event there. Or even, what I've done a few times is actually write the common event here and then just copy paste it into this code here. I just use the common event literally as like a workspace. So you can do that. You can copy paste event commands. That is useful. That is a little tip. A little tip if you're really frustrated by the tiny box. Oh, here's a general tip about the database, by the way. Here's a little tip about the database. If you hit cancel and you've been editing the database for a while, this reverts everything you've done. Everything. It is going to warn you usually. But just keep in mind, if you've just been trawling the database and editing it for a while, you want to be careful. You want to click apply every once in a while to just save it. Just save everything. I did mention earlier that on some machines, RPG Maker can be a little bit unstable. This is something, it's a reason you want to click apply sometimes, all right? Just every time you're done making some big change, just click apply. Just do it. It can be pretty frustrating. However, you are going to be thankful that it can revert everything on a single click if you make a big mistake. If you make a big mistake, like for instance, say you change maximum and by mistake you enter 1. That deletes everything. If you get it back to 50, it's all gone. So you'll be really thankful that you can just cancel. Discard changes? Yes. And now it's all back. Yes. If you change the maximum, you do lose all of it. But you can just cancel. You can just cancel and it's all back. So it's a mixed it's a mixed blessing, I suppose. Be careful about that. All right, let's go to states. So, states, I really like the built-in states. The built-in states are great. In Look Outside, I basically haven't changed them. I mean, I added a bunch of extra ones, but Look Outside basically uses a bunch of them as is. Like, these are just pretty good states. These are just kind of good. These are just, these are good. Good states. These are status effects. Silence, rage, confusion, charm, sleep, paralysis, stun. And there's even some positive ones here. HP regen, MP regen. Protect, provoke. These are pretty good. These are pretty good. But yeah, I mean, paralysis is pretty strong for sure. But yeah, I mean, I don't have too much to say about these. I'll go over like the boxes here if you want to make your own. Also, there's a few important ones. There's a few important states to keep in mind that are very useful. So dead, of course, that's like a hard-coded one, and guard is also a hard-coded one. These two, you don't want to mess with them because, guard is always, when you block in battle, it's going to use this one, and dead is going to be always what happens when you reach 0. These are like kind of hard-coded. I guess guard isn't actually hard-coded. The skill is hard-coded, but it's in the skill that it tells it to set this one. Immortal is a really useful one. You can just set this if you don't want a boss to die immediately as soon as its HP reaches 0, because you want there to be a little cutscene when it dies. You want to make the boss immortal. You want to make the boss immortal and then just have code that happens using the battle events here. You can have code that happens if the boss's HP is less than like 1% or something, or 2%, right? So you make him immortal, and then in this code, if its HP is ever below 2%, you can have something that happens, and then you remove the status effect. You remove the immortal status effect. You just remove immortal and then just kill it yourself when the cutscene is over, right? So, and yes, this is why there's a bunch of glitches in Look Outside where some enemies become immortal, because there's like two kind of complicated events, and the thing that's supposed to remove the immortal status doesn't go off, and that means an enemy is just immortal. That is the danger of using that. You want to be careful. And there's still a few. I think there's still one or two problems like that in Look Outside that I need to fix. But yes, some games, some Final Fantasy games, instead of having a special status effects like this, they just made some bosses have an absurdly high amount of HP. They just made some bosses have 10 times more HP than they need. And then they just have their battle, like their death cutscene and animation happens if they get below 90% of their HP. That's how some old games did it. But you don't need to do this kind of weird thing. You can just use a status effect here. So yeah, that is a useful one to know about. Immortal. But yes, so yeah, these are pretty useful status effects. Let's go over these features there. So restriction. So, of course, you have the name. You have the icon that's going to appear next to your character if they're afflicted by it. You have the restriction. So restriction is just how this affects how this character moves or acts. Attack an enemy means that's berserk. Like you're forced to always attack enemies. Attack anyone is confuse, essentially. You just attack someone at random on your turn. Attack an ally, it's charm. You only attack your friends. And cannot move is for paralysis, stun, and all that. Priority. So, priority means if you have multiple states, it's going to give a higher priority to the states with a higher number. Simple? So, because it usually flashes between several ones, but if they have too many status effects, some of them I think are not going to show up at all, I think. And it's going to prefer those. It's going to prefer those with the higher number here. SV motion and SV overlay. This is the this is if you're using the side view battle system. This one tells you the type of animation that the little character should have on screen. These are there's just different specific animations you can set up, and this is going to tell them which one to use. And overlay is like an effect on top of them, like little bubbles over their head if they're poisoned and that kind of thing. Removal conditions, that's pretty self-explanatory. This is a status effect that goes away at the end of battle. This one, removed by restriction, it means if you get another status effect that has a restriction, it removes this one. So this is for when you have status effects that you want to be mutually exclusive. Say you have sleep and paralysis. I think this is how it works. I think it's basically to make it that you can't actually have both. If you're asleep and then you're paralyzed, paralysis is going to remove asleep. I think that's how I'm not sure, but I think that's what that means. I haven't really experimented with that. Then automatic removal timing. This is, when it goes away after a number of turns. Does it go away at the end of the character's action, or does it go away at the end of the turn? And then it's the number of turns before it goes away. It's 3 to 5, so it's it's a random thing. If you don't want it to be random, you just set the two numbers to the same. Then it's always going to be after 4 turns that it goes away. Removal by damage, that's the percentage chance that you lose the status effect when you take a hit. So for sleep, it's pretty useful. And then removing by walking, it's the number of steps you have to walk outside of battle before it goes away. Then you have some messages down here for when you're afflicted by it, when an enemy is afflicted by it. At every turn, if you're still afflicted by it, if you want another message that pop up here. And also when you lose the status. And here, again, you have traits. You can't make it not in a built-in thing. You can program something. So in Look Outside, I added something so that when a status effect fades, sometimes it can lead to another status effect. I haven't actually used it much. It's something I do a lot in Malison, but I didn't actually. The main thing I used it for was for the different kinds of bleeding. Because there's like 3 different tiers of bleeding in Look Outside, and when a more severe type of bleeding fades, it turns into the less severe type. And you could make it that when it goes away, it gets worse instead too. You could have like a disease in multiple stages, and whenever it fades, it actually moves to the next stage. But that would be something you need to program or use a plugin for. No, with infection and disease, it's not from it going away. With infection and disease, it was when you sleep. If you sleep and you have an infection, it's like a 50% chance that it goes away, or 50% chance that it becomes a disease. So that wasn't using any of this. It was just something hard coded. Yeah. But yes. So again, like I said, the return of the traits. Like I said, traits are used everywhere. So it pays off to get familiar with them because they add features to almost everything, including status effects. So you can have a status effect here that boosts your stats, or that lets you equip, lets you use a new type of weapon. There could be a type of weapon you can only equip if you're poisoned or something. That's very odd, but hey, why not? Actually, isn't that a thing in some Final Fantasy games? That sometimes there's like a weapon that gets really, really strong if you have the imp status or something. Anyway. And all sorts of weird things you can do with that. It's great. Okay. Yeah, isn't it's like the imp spear or something, right? Well, in this case, you can equip it either way. It just gets stronger if you're the imp. If you're imped, right? I don't actually know. I can't actually think of a game where you need a status effect to equip something at all. But you could do this in RPG Maker. I don't know if it would know. I don't know if it would know to unequip the item if the status effect goes away. I don't know if it would actually. It might not remove it. I'm not sure. Okay, animations. So, animations. This is definitely something a bit new. With we could test it later. So the animations here are definitely a little bit new in MZ. Animations used to be something that you can do straight from the box here. There was a cute little animation system that was built into RPG Maker's animation screen here, and you can place the little things, and there's like little flames. There's a bunch of assets, pre-built assets you can use, little like sword slashes, and you could just like do animation built in. And for MZ, instead, they made animation use an external program called FXeer, which is a free program you can download. And it's like a more fancy like particle effect thing, so it makes animations that look like this, that look much more modern, right? Which, of course, I'm a pixel art type of guy, so I hate that shit. This looks ugly as sin to me, but, what are you going to do? It's the way of the future. And so now this screen here, yes, I was about to go into that, but this screen here, instead of build on the base, instead of being about building like your own animation, it's more about just picking the animations that you made in the other program and giving them sounds and flashes and setting them up a bit. But, yes indeed, I think it was actually not the case in the original release of MZ. If I remember, at first they didn't even give you this, right? Wasn't it an update that they actually added that? There is a way for you to they added it back in. It wasn't, people I guess were fucking rioting. So they actually made it so you can still use the old system. If you take a new animation and you right click and you do create MV compatible data. And now it brings back the old animation system. Problem is, they of course didn't make any assets for you to use with it. So, you can do it, but you got nothing to use it for. So, for someone who doesn't someone using RPG Maker for the first time, this is still shit. So you're gonna need to find your own animation frames to do anything with this. Unfortunately. So yes, I personally really don't like this move towards fancier things that is less user friendly for people who are new to making games. I kind of hate that. I feel like it's the wrong move for them. They should keep things simple and make sure everyone can do it. I think that's way, way better. But whatever, I'm sure they're making money with the way they're doing it. This is probably really good for them to sell assets on the, it's probably better for them to sell assets on the, on the Steam store and all that. But yes, I personally think it would be much better for them to stay to low resolutions and keep things simple. But anyway, if you do find some assets that you can do animations with, you can do them here. But, I mean, the built-in animations are fine. They do the job. They're just, they just kind of lack personality, in my opinion. But, they work. That's an impact. That's a hit effect. And, that's a Pierce fire. I've seen Pierce fires in my time. That is definitely one of them. So I'll show a little bit what it looks like if you do find some assets for it. These are animation frames I made for Look Outside. And basically this is how it works. You just double click and you add like these little animations. And you can add more frames to the animation here. And you just animate them like frame by frame. Boing. Boing. You can actually see like a little shadow of the previous frames here to help you place the next one. This was basically my first animating back in the RPG Maker 2000 days. This and like Pivot were like my first steps into animation, I think. And you can change the pattern on it. The pattern is like which animation image it's using. You can also like make them bigger. So I can make it like 2 times bigger there. And then use animation frame 3 and like 3 times bigger. Boomf. And then 4 and then 4 times bigger. And there's more tools too. And then it goes boing. So this is very basic, but you can do that. And yeah, you can rotate them. Yeah, you can rotate them. You can give them opacity. There's blending. By default, it's additive, which is a little annoying. I kind of prefer when it's not blending. I kind of prefer it doesn't have like the effect. You can mirror them too. There's also some tools here that are useful. You can actually make it automatically animate. So instead of doing this by hand, you can have one here. And then can have it here, and then you can tween between the two. So frames 1 to 10, cells 1 to 16, and I only want them to animate X and Y. And that's going to automatically do the movement. Look at that. Boing. Yeah, you can also do batch changes. So you can make it that, okay, I want all of the frames in every single place, and I want all of them to be bigger. So I want all of them to scale up to 200%. See? Lots of little, it's nice. Lots of little tools. You can also add like flashes. You can flash the target, flash the screen, play a sound effect. You choose the duration of the flash, choose which frame it happens on. See, it's a really cute little system. And they wanted to replace it with FXear, which is like, it's a better program, I'm sure. It's like this, it's like a fancy pants 3D particle system thing. but it's way more like, like it's a program you have to learn, you know? Like this is a real ass program, and it's a little bit intimidating to someone who's making an RPG for the first time, you know? So, it's like it's cool. It's a cool addition, but I feel like it's a misstep for something like RPG Maker to do this. Especially to make it that's the main way to do it, you know? Anyway. But yes, that's the animation thing. So, yes. So now it's a little different than it used to be. Now it's mostly meant to be just loading up animations that you grab from somewhere else. But you can still make your own using the system if you just know how to, turn it on here. And you also find your own assets for it. Okay, Tilesets. Tilesets is where you set up your tilesets. We were playing with tilesets earlier. This is where these are set up. So you remember how I said that, the different sets of tiles, the different like they're all optional? Well, this is why they're optional here. See? You remember when I said that the overworld tile set has very few tiles in it? This is why. See, it doesn't have buildings, it doesn't have walls, it doesn't have normal. It doesn't have normal. But it has world, it has animation. This is the two first rows, and it has ground, which is the 4 rows after that. And also it has B and C, and it doesn't have D and E. I mean, you can just add that if you like. I could add the buildings here. Where are the buildings? Yeah, see, I'm going to add buildings to the outside world now. And now suddenly the overworld has buildings, giant nonsense buildings. Great. And outside a B, outside C. You can just add things to them if you like. And you'd also have to set them up here. So you see here these there's all the circles and the X's. This is how you set up whether a tile is passable or not. So does that tile represent a something that blocks your movement, or something that you can walk on? So the fences here would have X's, and the hole in the ground would have an X. But the bits of grass, that would be a circle. And there's also the star. The star is a little different. Remember what I said? The star is the third one. Remember what I said, that you can set so that certain tiles, you can walk underneath them? This is what you do. The star means you can walk underneath it. So I could try to set the building roofs to use the star here. And I think this should actually work. So now I should be able to actually walk behind the buildings. I think. Let's try it. And I have egg on my face because I can't. Whoops. Oh, wait. Did I set this for overworld? No, this is outside. Well, I don't know why it doesn't work, but it doesn't work. Whoops. Maybe that these are hard-coded so that you can't actually do that with them. Welp. I guess you can't actually do that. See? Like I said, there's a lot of quirks you need to learn. Normally, this would let you walk behind something, but I guess they hard-coded the roof so that you can't. I don't know why. That seems a little silly to me. You don't think you can walk behind A tiles no matter what? Oh, maybe. Maybe it would work if you just use a higher tile layer. Although maybe this would always work. Let's see. Does it let me now? Aha! There you go. So, yes. You can. No, I noticed that you can't do this with. You can only do this with dungeon roofs, not with building roofs. Ventrosity. That's actually something we noticed earlier. Only the dungeon roofs are set up to be walkable from below, not the building roofs. for some reason. So it does work. You just need to play with layers a bit and put them on the upper layers. And if I understand correctly, if this was not set to star, this would not work. This would not actually let me. This is not just a layer thing. It does actually need to be set to a star here, I think. Or maybe it's just going to make me walk on top of it now. See, again, like I said, there's little quirks to learn. See, yeah. So it does need both. It would need to both be on its own layer and to have the star for it to let you through. Yeah. See, you need to learn the quirks. You do. It's a quirky little system. Okay, now there's more, though. There's passage. Okay, passage is like... It's only something that's really used, I think, for the circles, for the things that let you pass. It might also affect the stars, but I'm not sure. But this is to limit specific directions that you can walk to and from the tile. So you see here, see this is like a bridge, and the bridge is passable, but see here when you click passage, this little bridge here is passable with 3 circles, but the passage, you see you can actually toggle the individual little arrows here, and this means you can't actually walk off the bridge on these edges there. They don't actually let you walk off like this. And we can just experiment with that here. So, see this bridge? So you can actually use a bridge like this to block you only in a specific direction. So you can't actually walk onto the bridge from here, but you can walk in from here. So see? So it's like an extra detail on top of the circle versus X thing. And if you set something to an X, it just removes the arrows. Okay, it does give you the arrows on the star as well, so I think it does actually still work too. Ladder, well, ladder, I mean, it's usually not going to be used on the terrain, but ladder is going to be, you know, on ladders, on anything that you can climb. And all that ladder does, I think, it basically goes over things that are solid. So even though this here is a wall, if it has a tile on top of it, even though this is a wall, if the tile on top of it is a ladder tile, that's going to override the fact that there's a wall on top of it. And while you're on a ladder, the character is always facing up so that it looks like you're climbing the ladder. So that's what the ladders do. It lets you go over a wall, and it forces you to face up when you're on it, so that it looks like it's a ladder. So see if I'm going down here instead of turning down. Also, oh, I can't actually look around. I can look left and right. But when I go down, it faces back up. See? That's all it does. That's what the ladders do. Simple. Next, bush. Bush, all it does, I think, is it hides the bottom of your sprite when you're standing on it. So let's show that here. So there's some bushes here. And when I walk into them, it's going to hide my legs. It's actually semi-transparent, which doesn't look very good, I think. I feel like it would look way better if it was completely opaque. You can change that in code if you go, and there's probably a plugin for it too. You can actually change these. Yes, you can absolutely do that, Organ Cornucopia. You can absolutely do this. You can just update the sprite. You can just change the asset and keep the same setup, and it's going to work. Yep, absolutely. You can also copy. I think this is also, yeah, copy page. So you can also copy page here to like keep this, I think. So like say you copy this. This is inside. And then I get this. I do copy page and paste page. I think that copy is like this information here. So like I can copy the counters here by doing copy and then here paste and it puts that there. So copy and paste page here lets you move around when you have set up a tile somewhere and you want to like move those changes elsewhere. You can use copy page and paste page for that to make that just a bit faster. Yes. You can absolutely make two tiles that look exactly the same, and one of them is solid and the other one isn't. There's a bunch of different ways to do this. You can actually just have, you can have two sets of tiles. So see here, you have inside, let's see here, outside. See outside C here, right? I could just have another outside C. So now C and D are actually the same. And I could have one of them be solid and another one be something you can walk through. See? So that's one way you can do this. You can also do this using events, which we'll be going into later. Because events can actually use a tile from B, C, or D, or E. And events can be all sorts of things that break the rules a little bit. So yes, there's multiple ways to do these kinds of things. Yes, the invisible maze. Everyone loves those. And let's see. A counter. So counter, what it does is it marks something as a counter. And counters are basically if an NPC or an event is on the other side of a counter and you activate the counter, it's going to actually talk to that character on the other side. So this is basically for shops and stuff. Yeah, so it's pretty simple. Just if you want to have shops, you want to make sure you can talk to someone across the counter, and so you mark them with that. Damage floors, simple. When you walk on top of that, you take damage. I don't actually know where it's calculated, like where the amount of damage you take is, because it's a weird thing to not have the player have control over. But I do think there's no way for you to actually control the damage floor without changing the code. Like it's something that's like hard coded, which feels like a weird thing to hard code. Feels like a very weird thing to not let the player mess with. But I'm pretty sure there's nothing in like system that lets you change the amount of damage you take from that, which is a little weird, I think. That feels like a weird oversight. And you can't actually change how much the damage floor hurts you. Terrain tag, as far as I know, is completely unused, which is weird. It's something that's there for you to mark certain types of tiles in a way. And you can have some code, if you like, interact with this. But built in, as far as I know, this doesn't do anything. It's just... It could be something. So the way that I made certain types of floors have different sounds was using regions, like I was explaining earlier. But I could have probably used that instead. I could have marked certain floors to use different terrain tags and use this to have different floors have different sounds. Yeah. So it's like a built-in regions, but nothing actually uses this like in the system. This is completely ignored unless you program something for it. So you can just ignore it for now. Okay. Yeah, only 7 for some reason. I guess it's probably just because it's like a, it's a, yeah, 8 values. I'd imagine it's because that's like the easiest way to like store that in very little, because, it's using just, You know, a 4-bit. That's like a that's not no that's 3 bits of memory for each or something. Oh, they used to have a function. Oh, was it maybe how you set up different backgrounds in the world map? Maybe it corresponded to specific background indexes or something. Yeah. Okay. Now I think it's actually now I think the encounter backgrounds are set up as like a text file, right? It's like a separate thing now. It's a little weird, right? It's like not. It's no longer something you can set up in RPG Maker. It's like something in like a JSON file or something like that. Yeah, it's weird. Yeah, no, I mean you could program something like that if you like, but built in it does nothing. Common events. Okay, common events. I went into a little bit earlier, but common events are. I mean, if you're a beginner, you're probably not going to be touching common events much, and we're going to be going into events. But normally, events are things that are tied to a specific place or character or object. They're like some sort of interactive object you can interact with or pick up or attack or whatever. And common events are a way for you to place logic that isn't tied to a specific object. Logic that you can reuse in multiple places. Like, for instance, a common event is something that can happen when you use an item, when you use a skill. You can also just use it in multiple other objects. So it's not something we really need to go into for now. But when we start talking about events soon, just know that whatever we can do in events, we can also do here, and we can also do in the troops here too. So common events is also this stuff. Okay, system. Oh, okay, system. This is just where a bunch of miscellaneous things can be set up about your game. You have your game title. You have the starting party of your game. You have the name of the currency, G. You have the window color. You have the character images to use for the airships. There's 3 built-in airships and vehicles you can have. And these are already like coded for interacting with the world map in different ways. But these all have like specific graphics for them. Pre-made graphics here. Starting position for the player and for the boat, ship, and airship if this is like a world map situation. Here you can pick the title screen image from a bunch of preset ones, or you can add your own, of course. You can also draw a game title, because sometimes you might have an image. The image of your title screen might actually contain the game title, but if it doesn't, you might want to just use the built-in text to write the game title. Command window that just changes where in the screen the box for, where in the title screen the little box should appear. For you to like click, start game, continue, and all that. Here you choose the battle system, front view or side view, turn-based, time progress. Time progress is just active time. I talked about this a little bit earlier. This is where you choose them. There's a bunch of miscellaneous options here. Most of these are kind of self-evident. Start in transparent means that when the game begins, your character starts invisible, which might be a little bit odd, but you want your main character to be invisible if the game starts on a cutscene, essentially. But you don't want them to be invisible if you start and you're already walking around. Show player followers. That's like your party members following you around, like a little train. Death by slip damage. That means, I think this is only. I'm not sure. I think this is only if poison can kill you when you're walking around in the field. But I'm not sure. It might also affect if poison can kill you in battle. I'm not sure. It might be both. But slip damage is just what it's called when basically you're like poisoned and you take damage from this, it is whether or not poison can kill you. Floor damage is, floor damage. Well, it doesn't say. It doesn't. It's any negative regen. Any status effect that hurts you over time. This decides whether or not it kills you if you reach 0, or if it only puts you to 1. Display TP in window. So like I said earlier, TP is an optional system that you can disable by unclicking this. XP for reserve members. So you can have a party, you have more than 4 party members in your party, but only the topmost 4 are going to be in the battle. And this is, you check this if you want the people that are not in battle to still get XP. Show the number of key items. So they're key items. You might want to never show a number next to them, because you might always only have 1 of each. But, you might not want that. So that's just a little visual thing. Enable auto-saving. Pretty self-explanatory. Splash screen. That's specifically the RPG Maker logo. So you probably want to uncheck that. And message skip. It's if you're just holding the action button, just goes through text super quickly, like in visual novels. I think that's what that means. Yeah. Over here, you can set default music for the title screen, battle, victory, blah, blah, blah. This is where you set all this. And here you set a bunch of sound effects. Like I said, pretty self-explanatory, this stuff. System 2, we have the menu commands. This is the pause menu. You might want to remove being able to save from the pause menu. If your game is like Yume Nikki, you might want to have items but not have equipment or all the other stuff. There's different reasons you might not want to have some of these. The item categories. This is item categories when you're in the item menu, I think. Because normally it lets you look through your weapons and armors and key items there. You might want to make it that you can only look at items and key items, and that weapons and armors are just listed in your equipment screen but don't show up in your items. Here you have SV magic skills and SV attack motions. You can't, with the built-in system, there's no way for you to add more menu commands, but it's definitely something you can use. You can do with plugins, or you can program in yourself. But no, there's no built-in way to add more stuff in the menu. So SV attack motions and SV magic skills. This is for side view combat. This is basically to let you assign specific pre-made motions, pre-made animations to different attack types. So, because the little side view characters, they swing the weapons, and there's different attacks. There's different pre-made attacks in their sprite sets, and this assigns these different attacks to different weapon types. And magic skill here. So there's 2 built-in skill types, but you can add more. And this lets the side view battle system know which of these skill types should use the magic casting animation. Here you can change the tile size, icon size, and phase size for the game. I usually don't really touch these because I prefer to just scale things up myself. The results are a bit weird, I think, if you shrink them here. I do. For look outside, I set it to tile size to 32 by 32 here. And then I actually make my own tiles 16 by 16, and I scale them up in the assets. Because I think that looked okay. Over here we have editor setting. This is the message width. So when you're entering a message, if you remember when we entered a message from the goblins here, it shows you a little guide here. I think all this number does is change how that little guide appears, but I'm not sure. I think it's just that. I think it just shows It just changes that little guide. It shows you like the message with normal or with face. So that just shows you the little guide to help you place the text correctly so it doesn't overflow out of the message boxes. I don't know what JSON format level means. It's something about JSON is the type of file that stores a lot of the game's data. I imagine it's just like there's different versions of JSON here, and this is just you pick which one. I don't know. Game ID. Okay. Game ID. Never change that. This is made at random when you create a project, and this is how the game recognizes its save files, as I understand it. So whenever you like open the continue screen, if it finds a bunch of game saves that have the wrong game ID, it's going to presume that, oh, you just copied this over from some other project. So if I tried loading that game, it wouldn't make sense to this game. So it's not going to let you load them. So just never touch that. It's just meant to be a unique number for your game so that RPG Maker games can tell themselves apart, essentially. Then you have the screen width and pixels, screen height. I'm not sure what UI area width and height is. I'm not sure what that does. Screen scale. I think it just means like the default scale of the window when you launch it. So if you set it to 2, I think it's just going to like change the default size of the window when you launch. Yeah, see? It just immediately made it bigger. Also, yes, tile size, another thing. If you change the tile size, all of your tile assets need to be changed, because the tiles that are built in are made to be 48 by 48. So if you try 32 by 32, RPG Maker gets very confused because that is not the right size for your tiles. So this needs to match the actual tiles you have, right? I see. That makes sense. So here you can change the font of the game, and the number font can be different from the text font. And also fallback fonts is if basically a font doesn't work, it uses those instead. Then the font size, window opacity, pictures upper limit. If you need a lot of pictures because maybe you use... So pictures are like a built-in way to display any image you like anywhere you like on the screen. Most projects are only going to be using like 1 or 2 or 3 of those, but there's some things you can use that use a lot of pictures, right? Like there's a way that you can use pictures to draw text on screen, essentially, and that uses a bunch of pictures to do it. It just draws like individual characters on screen, I think. But usually 100 is going to be fine. You don't need to touch that. We're almost at the end here. Types, we've looked at those a bit earlier. This is where you can add different elements, different skill types, different weapon types, different armor types, and equipment types. If you add more equipment types, you're actually adding more equipment slots, by the way. So you're actually adding more things characters can equip by adding stuff here. And finally, we have terms. This is the language of your game. This is all the built-in text. This is where you can change the attack command, by the way, or the guard command. This is where you change what the stats are called. This is where I changed MP to say stamina, for instance, or the abbreviation STM, or stamina or STM here. So you can just change all the text here. You can change what it says when someone takes damage. You can change what's written when you get defeated, when you get gold, and all that. Oh, really? Oh, that's good. Oh, I should have done that though, because we had problems with this. Oh, damn. I should have said this then. Because yeah, that was a bit of a problem when we were collaborating on. When I was collaborating with Eric, with how everything in the JSON file, all troops are basically like single lines, and all common events are single lines too. Would that have broken them up? God. Maybe we want to change that. Maybe we want to try to maybe we want to try format level 2. That might make things a lot easier. Oof. Yeah. It's been really awkward to collaborate because of how the database works. But yeah, terms is where you change all the text here. If you want to change all this text to fit your game's themes better, your game's tone better, this is where you do it. Okay, that is all of the database. Next, we're going to go into events. We're actually going to be building some interaction. Okay, time to make some events, folks. This is the scary programming part. So first, a little introduction. To what events are. So to use events, you need to click the other button here than the map button. It's the event button. This makes your tiles disappear here on the side. Events is how you add interactivity to your world. The term event here basically stands for any interactive object or even interactive spot of your map. Anything that does something if you touch it or if you examine it with the action button. Sometimes they just move on their own and do their own thing. Sometimes they do something if they touch you. Sometimes they just do something as soon as the level begins, as soon as you enter the map. They are just basically anything interactive in your maps is going to be an event. So to start, let's actually start with the built-in quick events. So there's a few built-in events that RPG Maker just lets you make automatically. But yeah, they can be characters, they can be items to pick up, they can be decorations, they can be treasure chests, they can be invisible triggers that cause something to happen if you walk on it. They can be just about anything. They can even be like bits of the environment that you can't interact with, but that are animated. Because that's also another thing they can do. They can be animated. So you can use events to add little bits of animation on just about anything. Another thing events can be useful for is if you want something to move even if it doesn't do anything. Or also if you want something that wouldn't normally be on top of the characters, you want them to appear on top of the characters, you can use events for that. So you can make like a wall that appears on top of the character. And you can just make an event that uses the wall's graphic and that you set it to be on top of the characters instead of below or instead of blocking. So events can do all of that. Now, let's start with some of the built-in ones, right? So you can right-click so normally to make an event, you double-click somewhere or you right-click and click New, but you can also do the quick events. So you can do quick event creation, and here, there's a few built-in events you can use, right? So, treasure. Let's make a treasure. See, there's a little thing, and here it gives you a little window, and you can just set a treasure. And you can just set a treasure, and you can choose to have gold in it, and you can have an item in it, a weapon, or a piece of armor, and it's just going to make the event for you. Let's make a treasure chest that has a super potion in it. And this is what it generates an event for you. This is something you could do yourself too, but, If you don't really want to have to bother learning any of the event stuff, you can essentially make kind of a full game without having to learn it too much, just using those quick events. But you're probably going to end up touching events yourself at least a little bit, if only to like have NPCs that have dialogue and stuff like that. Because of course events can also be characters you speak to and all that. But yeah, so you can. There are these built-in events. Another one you can have is a door. So let's make a little house. Let's make a little house that you can enter. All right. Let's make a cute little house. And let's have an entryway here. Like that's it. It's gonna be the entrance. And let's make another room here. Let's make another map. We're gonna right-click test. Gonna click new, and it's gonna be interior, or like house inside, and we're gonna pick the inside tile set for it. Right, and it's gonna create a new place, and we're gonna fill this with the wall. So what the top of the wall here. If you fill something with the top of the wall, this is what it's going to look like. And then we can use floors. So I'm an artist, you know that? I'm literally an artist, guys. There you go. Now that's a building. That's a house. There we go. Interior. Dramatic, beautiful. I'm gonna have a mirror. Very nice. I'm gonna have columns for support. I'm gonna put a bed. I'm gonna put a piano. It's not even a full piano, but you know what? It was cheap. And there we go. We got a house. Now, let's have a transfer that lets you go inside. So, I'm going to right-click here. Quick event creation, door. Simple as. You can pick a door. There's a few other little door options, right? And you can choose where it leads to you. You're going to click inside, and you're going to go here. I'm not going to make you go here because this is where you're going to go to actually leave. So I'm going to make it send you over there. Right? And let's see what it makes. It makes this. That looks really complicated. That looks like a lot. That might seem like that's a lot of lines just to have someone move through and enter another location, but there's a lot of little bells and whistles here, like they put in a sound of the door opening, they put in a little animation of the door opening, then they made the character walk into the door, and then there's like a sound, it's like a little stepping sound. It goes like that's supposed to be like walking, and then it actually moves you. That's why there's so many lines here, because they just add all these little bells and whistles to them. But you could do it you could do a door way simpler than that if you liked. And then inside, let's make sure you can leave. So you're not, it's not a, let's make sure it's not a, what was that painting that doesn't have, of people at, a cafe and there's no way out? The painter forgot to draw the door. Nighthawks, right? Yeah, let's not have a Nighthawks situation. And yeah, there you go. Nighthawks. Let's have a transfer. So transfer is like a door, but instead of having like a door, you just walk onto a place and that moves you somewhere else, right? So this time, it just gives you just have to pick a location for it. There you go. And that creates just this event here that doesn't have an image. It just darkens a square here so there's an event. And this is way simpler. It's just a sound, and then it moves you, right? There you go. So let's give this a shot. Let's test our creation. Just a really dramatic... Look at that. It's so dramatic. I'm having tears. Found a super potion. Oh. The adventures. And I'm walking to here, and now I can see this. And there's a piano, and it's missing a piece. There's so much storytelling here. Oh, just imagine the adventures. And also, I've noticed that you don't even need to like to activate the door. The built-in the built-in door is something you can both click and also just walk into for some reason. But yeah, there you go. So like this is technically all you need to make an RPG. You know? This is basically all you need to make an RPG. Let's see, where are the others? You have an inn? There's even a built-in inn. There you go. You have an inn. You don't even need to write an inn. They just do it. They just fucking do it for you. There you go. It's an inn. Now it's all everything you need for an RPG is right here. This is now technically an RPG. Now that I've added an inn. Yes, I would like. No, I don't have enough money. There's even drama. There's even drama. Not enough money, and there's no money anywhere. This is a world with no money. This is an entire universe with a house and a single super potion. But there's nothing to fight. There are no monsters. This super potion is worthless. The only challenge here is my crippling loneliness. And this partial piano. Yeah. So, and then, let's look at the last one. The Switch. You can have a Switch, and you can even switch a Switch. We can even make Goblin angry. Remember Goblin angry? We had such fun times. Remember? Precious memories. Goblin angry. This is now a Switch that makes goblins angry. Now, I mean, the storytelling. Oh, goblins are angry. And no longer. Goblins are angry. No longer. We have peace with the goblins. We are at war with the goblins. And back in peace. So, see? I mean, you could make an entire game just with those. You know? You could. You imagine? I mean, okay, I feel like you would need at least a shop. I think that's the only thing you would really need. But this event kind of shows you how to do shops, sort of. I feel like a shop would be a good other event to add here. But otherwise, though, this is absolutely enough features for you to make like a dungeon crawler. And you start at the top and you just go down the dungeon crawler. And the different floors are connected, and there's treasure boxes, and there's random encounters, and there's an inn. You know? But yeah, I feel like it's the only one missing here. And you essentially have a full-featured RPG. But now, if we want to do more, we're going to need to write events ourselves. And I know that's really scary, but we can make it through together. We will do it. Okay. So, let's make our own. Let's make our own event. Let's dive in. Let's make our first event. Let's look at this scary, scary screen. So, here's the thing. If you've never programmed or made games before, this stuff can be a little intimidating at first, but you'll understand it in no time. All right? The thing is that, like I said earlier, events can be just about anything. And this is why this menu needs to look a little scary, because since they can be just about anything, it needs a lot of knobs and things so that you can set up just about anything with it, you know? It's such an omni-usable thing that you just need so many little options to be able to do all of them, see? This is why it's so many things, because this is just... Events can be just about anything. Okay, so let's go through them. Oh, to get through here, you need to be in the event mode. So not if you see the map stuff here, that's not good. It'll be in the event mode. Event mode only gives you the actual list of events here instead. And here you either double click on anywhere on the map, or you can right click and click new. I usually double click. And that pops up a new event. Event editor. So up here you have the name. The name is just for your benefit, and it's going to show the name here. Right? So let's say, let's make this a locked chest. Locked chest. Yeah, that name is just for your benefit. You can there's also notes here. Like I said, note boxes are everywhere. And like with other note boxes, there's a bunch of plugins that actually make use of this note box to make things happen with events. But for now, we can ignore this. Now, the name here, there is something important to know about names. The names of events. Events can be searched throughout your entire game. So if there's some events that you want to be able to find easily, giving them a good name you can remember is a great thing to do, because there's a feature up here, Event Searcher, and you can just type an event name, locked chest, and if it finds it, it's going to tell you where it is, its location, which map it's in, and all that. However, one problem with this is that it only checks for perfect matches. So locked is not going to give me that. So you do need to actually remember exactly its name, which I feel they should have probably not programmed it that way, but still it's useful. Just remember how it's good. This is why having a good naming convention for your stuff is good. Because then you're more likely to always name them, like remember how they're written. So you might do camel case, where you never use spaces. You just separate words using uppercase letters. So locked chest like that. That can be one way to always sort of remember how you write things, to make sure to simplify it by removing spaces. Anyway. But yes, so locked chest. Okay, so let's see. Oh yeah, let's ignore everything else for now, and let's just give it an image. So, all of these images here, you can just give it any image from there. But this is going to be a locked treasure chest, so let's go into the chest here. Whenever you're looking for the image of an object, generally objects are going to be in the bottom of the list, because objects, their file names tend to start with an exclamation point. For a reason I can explain later. But basically, objects tend to start with an exclamation point, so that puts them in the bottom of the list. So that's one way to make it a bit easier to find things. So you can just pick a random chest here. Let's pick this wooden treasure. Actually, let's put the steel one here. Because, this is going to be a locked chest, so it might as well look like a strong box. There you go. Okay, I think we can basically ignore everything else. Let's make this chest interactive by giving it content. Yes. So you can double click the small diamond in the content panel. This will bring up a list of event commands, and this is the real scary bit. There's a lot of options, because this is basically everything that programming can do in RPG Maker is listed here. This is why there's a lot of options. Everything from just showing dialogue text to changing how much gold you have, changing how many items you have, changing the HP of a character. Like, everything you can do has its own little button here. At first, it's a little overwhelming, but eventually you'll kind of see the logic of how they're packed together. They're all kind of packed by theme, by general role. Things that are, like, for instance, battle. All the battle buttons here only actually do anything in battle. So you can ignore all of these here whenever you're not fighting. A lot of these are very niche. Generally, the less niche ones tend to be like in the upper half of the pages. Like, the more useful and most often used ones tend to be at the top. That's kind of it feels like kind of a pattern with how they set it up. That, like, if you look close to, like, this corner up here, is generally going to be all the most useful ones, and like the corner down there is going to be the least useful ones, the most like, the most niche ones. It's not really like a rule or anything, but things like that kind of get you used to finding the stuff you need. Anyway, for now, so yeah, this is all the things that can happen. Let's pick the very first event of the very first tab, show text. All right, and let's show text. There we go. We're showing text. So again, the first option, the very first button of the first tab, show text. This is one of the most useful. This is one of the most useful things. One of the most useful event command. You're going to be using this a lot. This is where all of your dialogue lives, right? So, yeah, let's show some text. Ooh, a treasure. Treasure. Let's open it. There we go. All right. And then below it, so you can actually place another command below it. So wherever you see a diamond like this, this marks individual commands, right? And anywhere you see a diamond means you can click here to add one, right? So if you add one here, it's going to add it here. If you add one here, it's going to put it above it, right? So think of the diamond as place something just above me. This is what the diamond means. It means you can click here to put something just above me, right? Okay, so here, let's see. Let's play a sound effect because it's a locked chest, so it's going to play a sound effect of the chest being locked. So here in page 2, in audio and video, in the bottom here, you can find play SE. That means play sound effect. It really should just say sound effect, but whatever. And here, I'm going to use the key sound. So if you know the first letter of the sound you're looking for, if you just type that letter, it's going to get you to those. So that's a quick way to get to something. I want to use the key sound because that kind of sounds like something that you can't open. Maybe if I pitch it up a bit, sounds more like I can't open this. If you pitch it down, it sounds more like you've unlocked something, right? It's more like, ooh, I have unlocked it. And this is more like, I can't open it. So let's go with that. There you go, key. Let's see. And then after this, maybe we put wait. So in the second page, at the very top, timing, wait. That let's put a little pause and lets it wait. And then another message. I'm going to copy the first one and paste it and edit this. And then it's going to say, it's locked. And then frowning face. Now, when you write something like this, you can actually get a preview. And it shows you what it would look like with the font you have and everything. So if you're not sure if you did something right, if you wrote it correctly, you can use this little preview. This is especially useful when you use the special text effects. If you put your cursor over the box, it shows you a quick cheat sheet of all the text effects you can do. We're not going to go into these for now, but if you're not sure that you did it right, like say you want to make an icon appear or you want to change the text color, like you can change the text color by doing /C and then some square brackets and then a number. That sets the color. And then you can preview it to see if the color changed properly there, see? So there's a bunch of little things you can do like this. I made it dark gray. There's a special command. There's a special thing for adding a pause in the text. It's just period. So if you do /period/period, it's gonna like hesitate before saying locked. Let's make it hesitate. Like it's there's a lot of drama. See? Like this. Oh, no, right. It doesn't actually... Okay. It previews you what it looks like. It doesn't actually preview the animation of the text appearing. I feel like they should do that, though. So you're going to need to actually test it to see if the pauses are what you want. Right, so it's locked. All right, there we go. And now we can just test that. See, it's easy peasy. Easy peasy. Unless it crashes. Oh, a treasure. Let's open it. It's locked. Aww. Aww. It's locked. Well. You can't win them all. There you go. Compelling game, you know? If we believe what Peter Molyneux said, that's all you need for a compelling game. A mysterious box that you can't open. Well. Okay, let's add another character. Let's add something else. Let's add an NPC this time. Over here. Let's give it a random character. This zombie. Yeah, I mean, you can give it whatever you want. I'm going to call this guy Chester. Hey, Chester. And I'm going to go into autonomous movement. This is something you can do. Autonomous movement, random. That's going to mean that this event, which happens to be a little character, is going to be moving around. It's going to be walking around at random. Nice. And when you interact with this guy, let's add show text. And let's find a portrait for the guy. Yeah, the zombie again. Well, the goblin. Chester, we can enter a name here. And my ganglions are swollen. There we go. Yes. 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 Let's test it. So now you see him. He's walking around. And then... my ganglions are swollen. Now, will you notice? You notice, though, when I interacted with him, he turned to face me. Isn't that cute? He just turns to face me. That's something that's like a built-in thing. When you interact with something, it turns to face you. However, when I try to open this treasure chest, look at what happens to the sprite. It opens. Even though it's locked, it's not even supposed to open. It's locked. Or is it? It opens. Well, how does it open? What's happening? Why is it? I didn't tell it to open. It's opening less from this side. Mysterious. And if I look at it from below, it doesn't open at all. What is happening? Well, the zombie gives us a hint, you see. What is happening is the chest and the zombie are doing the exact same thing. The chest is turning to face us. That's right. Because you see, let's look at the characters here. See a character here? See how like there's a set of 3x4 images, right? Well, these are built-in facing directions and walking animations, see? And all characters are actually kind of in a group of 3x4 like this, so that they can all just walk around. The game just knows to group them. It knows that if you pick this character here, you're really picking this general character and picking a specific direction for it to face, right? But the chest is the same. The chest is also in a group of 3x4 because to the engine, to RPG Maker, everything's actually a character. In RPG Maker's computerized brain, this treasure chest is just a little guy that looks like that. Everything to RPG Maker is a little guy. And this is just happens to be a little guy that looks exactly like a treasure chest. And when it turns around, when it faces down, it just happens to look like a closed treasure chest. And when it faces left, it just happens to look like a treasure chest that's open just a tiny bit. And when it faces up, it just looks like an open treasure chest. Everything, every character, every sprite like this, every set of sprites to RPG Maker is a character by default. This is just how it works. Now, you can fix this using these little handy-dandy little options down there, see? So, what do these do? The first one, walking, means it tells it that, okay, whenever you're moving, you should automatically use the walking animation. So the little three frames here, right? Treat this as like a walking animation. Whenever you're moving, it should be animating like this here, right? Stepping means you should just always animate no matter what, even if you're not moving. So this is great for, like, say you have a creature that's like a flying creature, so it should always be flapping its wings no matter what. Or also, if you're using this event as just an animated bit of scenery, you would want it to say stepping so that it's just always animating, right? So like a torch, like a flaming torch on a wall, you would make it an event like this, and you would click stepping, so it's always animating, right? And then direction fix is the one we want here. Direction fix is so that it doesn't turn. It cannot turn. That means it's kind of telling the sprite, ignore this, ignore the four directions here. This is just your sprite. You have no other sprites here, right? So we want the treasure chest to have direction fix. And through is something kind of different. Through just means that it ignores all collisions, and all other objects also ignore it as a collision. So that's not, that does nothing to do with the sprite here. It's just a collision thing, through. It just means walk through, or, it's a ghost. It's the ghost button. You click this when something is a ghost. So let's click direction fix, and as a goof, let's also click direction fix on poor old Chester here, and see what it does to him. See? What are you doing, Chester? What are you doing, Chester? What are you doing, Chester? What are you doing? What are you doing, Chester? Yeah. That's what I thought. And over here, now the chest no longer opens up automatically as soon as you... See? Now the sprite stays the same. There you go. Okay. Let's add another thing. Let's add a sign. Let's add a sign here. Alright, the sign. Now, to do a sign, instead of grabbing one of these sprites here, we're going to go to the very bottom, where you see there's three options that are a little different. Tileset B, Tileset C, and D. Well, to you it might just be B and C, because anything in the B and C tiles can actually be used to make objects, which is useful because usually these are going to contain objects that are like they have an appropriate sprite for the scenery of the room you're in. So it's pretty useful that you can use those to make events too. And we can have a sign here, right up here, right? And when you interact with this guy, I'm gonna make it that it's same as characters. Priority, this means where it appears. Same as characters means that it's like a standing object that blocks you, so you can't walk into it. Below characters means it's something on the ground. And above characters means it's something above your head. So it's a sign, so let's make it same as characters. And let's put some text here. Let's do the old favorite. Amazing chest ahead. There you go. Now you don't need to do to use animation like direction fix. Oh right, because the collision itself is like the right. Because the tile itself is set to be blocking, right? Yes, I forgot that. There you go. Okay, let's see. Okay, now let's add a little bit more stuff going on. Let's go. Let's add a key that Chester is going to give us that we can use to unlock the treasure chest. So Chester here is going to give us a key. Now, before we do this, we need to go into the database and actually add a key. So, oh, by the way, maybe I should wait a bit. I don't know if people are following here. I haven't really been taking pauses. So is everyone okay? We're opening the chest. Let's go. Yeah. Any questions? I need to have the reflex of asking if there's any questions. I don't want to be leaving anyone behind. We're hanging in there. Okay. All right. So let's go into the database. And let's go into items. And let's add an item now. There's only 30 items here. We're going to need to change the maximum to increase this. This is not enough. So you click change maximum. I'm going to set to 50. Right, 50. And let's add an item. I'm going to add a key, 43, to avoid the 42 meme. Chest key. Okay. Chest key. Let's give it an icon over here. The green icons down there tend to be like icons for random items. And there's a handy dandy little key icon right there. Fourth column, second row of green icons here. Nice. That's a nice little key. Let's give it a nice innocent little description. A key to a treasure chest. A parting gift from Chester. Too bad I had to kill him. I'm sorry, Chester. I'm so sorry, Chester. I'm going to make it not consumable. I'm going to make it that you can never use it because it's just an item that's going to come up in dialogue. You can't use it from your menu. No scope. It's not usable at all. I'm going to give it a price of 100. And yeah, there you go. We have the chest key. Now, let's make it so Chester gives it to us. Let's go. Let's go back to his events. So he says his ganglions are swollen. After that, he's going to ask you if you want the key. So let's copy and paste his first thing so we don't need to enter his, portrait and name again, right? And do you want my key? I love being alive. I have a family. And we can add choices. So let's right click, new, and now let's pick the second option, show choices. This gives you a bunch of dialogue choices. And let's just stick with, yeah, let's skip the defaults here, yes and no. So things you can do here, you can change the type of window. You can change the default option that's going to be highlighted. And also you can change what happens if you hit escape. If you try to not pick a choice, which option is that going to go? So if I hit escape, it's just going to pick no, right? Okay. Now, see what happened here. It added a bunch more of these diamonds. So you see, this is where you can start having dialogue trees, see? So you can now add commands that happen only if you said yes, and commands that happen only if you said no, and also commands that happen after all this, no matter what you did, right? Yeah, you can add more choices. You can edit the choices here, and you can add more. You can't add more than 6, though. At least not just with this. There's ways to add more choices, but you need to like start programming to add more. So 6 is sort of the default number. There's a lot of things that add that can let you expand the basic interface, but 6 is the maximum for this. Yes, hidden items, because you can add a bunch of hidden items, and then you can ask the player to choose an item that's a hidden item, and that's like a big list, and yeah. Anyway, so you can do all sorts of weird little things, but for the base thing, it's only 6 maximum. Okay, so let's add some options under yes. Let's see. Let's make it that if you do yes, you're going to get the key. So let's add a new event command, change items. This is to add or remove items, right? Then we go over here and we go select the item we just added, the chest key, 43. We increase it by 1. There we go. We just added a chest key to your inventory. Then let's add a text. Let's again copy paste the text because we don't want to have to enter his name and portrait again. And edit it. And let's make it say, oh no, you stabbed me after taking the key and I am dying. Why? And then let's add a red flash. So second tab here, screen. You can have all effects that affect the screen here. I can go flash the screen. And this gives you, like, you pick a color. I'm going to make it red. And it's going to be a 1 second flash. So 60 frames. And I'm going to make it wait during the flash. And before the flash, so I'm going to right-click the flash to add something before it. Before the flash, I'm going to add a sound effect. Let's see. Is there a really obnoxious death sound in there? Devil? What does devil sound like? Oh. That's not good. No, none of these are good. Let's see. Is there a die? Is there a die sound? Damage. Oh, this one's good. I like this one. Let's pitch it down. Yeah. Okay, good. And now, let's also add a message at the end. Oh, no, let's add a message under no. So what if you say no? If you say no, he's going to say, alrighty then. Right? And then at the very bottom, he's going to say goodbye, which it's really profound, you know? Because it's like the goodbye means something different if you just killed him. Or if you just, you just said you don't want the key. In one of them, he's just being polite. But in the other case, it's another kind of goodbye, see? Let's test it. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. Okay, let's go see Chester over here. My ganglions are swollen. I know. Do you want my key? I love being alive. I have a family. Yes. Oh no, you stabbed me after taking the key, and I am dying. Why? Oh no. Goodbye. Well, now you'll notice the game has lied to us. He's not actually dead at all. We did get the key, but he's still walking around just fine. What gives? His ganglions are still swollen too. And you can just get another key? What? Oh no. He's just in an endless cycle of suffering and giving keys. The keys never end. No, we have to change it. We have to fix this. If we don't fix this, You know, the key economy is going to collapse. So how do we fix that then? Well, this is where programming enters the scene. That's right. It's time to program. I'm so sorry. I pushed it back for as long as I could, but there's no choice now. We have to program. It's time to use a switch. So, after he gives us the key, what we're going to do is we are going to set a switch. Get new. And then we are going to use this thing here called controlled switches. It's on page 1. And it's just up here, controlled switches. And remember when we talked about getting the goblins angry? Well, this one is going to be, you can just pick whatever number you want here. It's going to be Chester dead. Chester dead, ... Chester's dead. So, this is what switches are, you see? Switches are something that you decide what they do. They don't do anything on their own. They're just something the game remembers. And they all start off by default. Just imagine a bunch of switches are hidden somewhere in the code, right? And a bunch of them they all start off. And you can just switch them on if you like. And then it's up to you to decide what happens when a switch is on. So let's start with this one. All right? So now, Chester, dead, is on. But now, how do we make that switch do something? Well, this is what pages are for. You see, there's buttons up here. New event page, copy event page. These pages are kind of like to have different states of that event. Different things that can, different states for Chester to be in. And right now, we want Chester to have 2 states. Living and dead. So let's copy this page and paste it so we have 2. Now we have 2 copies of the same page. And now what do we do with the other page? Well, we give it a condition. See? And, well, what's up there at the top of the conditions is a switch. So you can just set a switch here. That's the condition for this one. And you can just pick Chester dead. If Chester dead, you use this page instead of the other one, right? Now let's change a sprite. I think there's supposed to be sprites of dead characters. Yeah, see? So we should actually have so whichever sprite you chose for your Chester, there should be a dead or hurt version of him somewhere. Chester's, it's right here. There you go. That's a dead Chester right there. And instead of saying his ganglions are swollen and all that, let's just change this text to... It shouldn't even have his portrait because he's no longer a speaking person. He's now a corpse. What do we say? What do we say when words can't really express what you truly feel? Here lies Chester. You got him. There we go. You got him. And since it's a corpse, this one, so maybe first it should not be walking. It should probably be fixed in its direction as well, right? And I would say you probably want him to be like below characters, right? He's below characters. He's just a corpse. You can walk on him. But would you? Would you do that to Chester? After all he's done for you? Giving you that key? I don't know. Let's try it. Let's see what happens. My ganglions are swollen. You want my key? I love being alive. Oh no. Goodbye. No, he's still... I forgot to remove the random movement. Great. Great. Amazing. I love it. He's schmoving. He's schmoving. He's still alive. He's still okay. He's gotta be okay, folks. Here lies Chester. You got him. Well, did ya? Well, did ya? Yeah. So okay, let's remove the autonomous movement for Dev Chester here. Now it should be fixed. See, there you go. Okay, see, now we got this. We got this. Okay, wait, we did some programming. Anyone here who's been following along and doing all this, you're a programmer now. That's right. We just did some programming. But now it's not done yet. We're not done yet. We're not done yet. Not even close. No, we're actually pretty close to done. Okay. Now, let's make it that you can actually use the key to open the chest. You see? You see? Now, this chest here, it's locked. It's locked. It's true. Now, we can add a little condition here. What happens after this, after you realize it's locked? After your heart is broken, but your curiosity is piqued? Let's add a new command after this, right? And let's add something from flow control here. Flow control. This is where all the programming happens, folks. Flow control. Also mean game progression too, but flow control. Click conditional branch. Oh, now we're really programming, folks. Conditional branch. So remember what happened when we asked for a choice, when we added choices, right? And the choices, it basically had different outcomes depending on which choice you picked. Well, this is another thing like that. It has different outcomes, but instead of being based on a choice you pick, it's just based on anything else, basically. And one of the things you can make it is whether you have an item in your inventory or not. See? So on the fourth tab here, there's a bunch of tabs. There's one for a switch, so we could do something that's based on whether Chester is dead or not. Whether a certain character is in your party, whether an enemy has appeared. This only makes sense in battle. Or here, item. We can do something if you got the chest key in your inventory. There you go. Now, this is only going to let you do one thing if, well, no, not one thing, but things if you have the key in your inventory. But you can also add else branch to also have something special that happens specifically if you don't have it in your inventory. But right now we just want something if you do. So let's remove the else branch. We don't need it. And here, if you have the chest key, let's add some text. A is going to say, ooh, I wonder if Chester's chest key would unlock this chest. All capitalized, of course. Of course. I wonder if Chester's chest key would unlock this chest. Now, let's add a choice underneath it. Show choice. And here, first choice, let's say, use the key. Or, it would never work. It would never work. And now, if you use the key, okay, let's open the treasure. Okay, what's going to be in there? Let's have an elixir in there. Yeah, an elixir. Elixirs are good. Yeah, so add a night change items. Add an elixir, increase it by 1. Yeah, there's going to be an elixir in there. And let's put some text in there, too, to tell you that you got that. Yeah, an elixir. Can't wait to use this against the final boss. Nice. Okay. Okay. What else? What else? Maybe even you can even have a little sound playing and everything. But now, I know. I hear you scream at your screen. We're just about to repeat the Chester fiasco here, right? We're about to repeat the Chester fiasco over here. We're just gonna see it. We're just gonna see it happen. We're gonna see it unfold again. You know what's gonna happen. You know what's gonna happen. Okay, Chester's ganglion swollen. I got it. Got the key. Killed him. Dramatic tears. The tears flow. And then I open the chest. Let's open it. It's locked. Oh no. I wonder if Chester's key would open this chest. Use the key. Yeah, an elixir. Can't wait to use this against the final boss. And now we have the elixir. But the chest is still closed. Oh no. The fiasco repeated itself. No. The elixirs flow. The endless stream of elixirs flow from the chest. Again, wrecking the elixir economy this time. There must be a solution. There must be something we can do. Yes, of course, more programming. Now, this time, let's do something a little bit better. Let's do something. There's gotta be a better way. That's right. Okay, so instead of using a switch this time, let's use a self switch. Self switches are kind of like a switch, but they're just for the thing you're interacting with. So imagine if we use the switch here, right? If we use the switch for this treasure chest. So if we use the switch, okay, let's go. Let's control switches, and we're just gonna have switch number 4 here, and that's gonna be elixir chest, right? And it's like, okay, and then we program this here, and now we have a new copy of the page, and this one's an open chest. You all get it. And it uses the switch. But here, problem is, if this game's got like a ton of these treasure chests, it's gonna be kind of tedious to add a little switch for each and every one of them, right? That's gonna be a little, that's gonna be a little bit tedious. So what we do instead, well, this is what self switches are for. This is exactly the problem that they were meant to solve. Earlier versions of RPG Maker actually didn't have self switches. I don't remember which version introduced them. But in earlier versions of RPG Maker, you actually had to make unique little switches for every single treasure chest you had. Every single one. There were like a huge list just of every RPG Maker game just had an entire segment of the switches, dedicated only to treasure chests. But yeah, apparently VX Ace is the one that introduced them. They introduced something called self switches. Simple. Every single event is just born with 4 switches that belong just to them by default. Every single event has 4 switches that they just have no matter what, even if you don't need them. And they're called the self switches. There's 4, and they're just lettered instead of numbered for some reason. I think because regular switches use numbers, so maybe it makes them easier to differentiate, to use letters for them. I don't know. But yeah, so instead of making its own switch for it, instead of doing that, you don't do that. Instead, you use a self switch. There you go. Self switch. Let's say switch A. You choose, whichever. It doesn't matter. Switch A, and then here, instead of using a switch, you just use switch A. Simple. And yes, we could have actually used a self switch for old Chester too. I just wanted to introduce self switches in that way because I feel it's more memorable if you understand the problem that they solve by bringing the problem first. So, also here, instead of control switches, you need to use self switch. There you go. And there you go. So now everything gets to have, the treasure chests get to stay open and remain looted, and your list of switches isn't just filled with redundant bullshit. I mean, they're still gonna end up being filled with redundant bullshit probably, but that's just making video games. Now, so why would you sometimes still use regular switches? Well, you would use regular switches whenever something. So you use self switches for any time an object is only changing itself. See? Thus the name. Self switches is for objects that just change themselves. When an object state, like it itself, is changing its own state. This is the perfect time to use self switches. If an object, say for instance, maybe, here's a reason we might use a regular switch for Chester. What if, Chester dies when you kill him, of course, but maybe you can find his family somewhere, and if he's dead, they cry. When you speak to them and he's still alive, they're normal, but if you speak to them and he's dead, they cry instead. There you go. Exactly. This is why you would use a regular switch here, because you would want the family of Chester that's over here to also be able to check if Chester's dead. If it was using a self switch, they couldn't do that. Well, technically they can, but this is, as far as you're concerned, there's no way to do that, all right? Technically, you can check self switches from afar from other objects, but it's not what they're meant for. Let's just talk about what things are designed for here. Yeah, exactly. But yes, so this is why you use self switches. Yes, it's a bad time to come in the middle when I'm talking about the programming part. Listen, I'm going to put up a VOD. I swear this makes more sense if you've been watching from the start, at least if I did my job right. Okay, so here, self switches. There we go. We understand them. We get them. Let's see. What's next? Oh, yeah, let's just test if this works. I mean, we know it's going to work, but, let's just show our work here. So, okay, I'm going to walk over to Chester over here. Old Chester. My ganglions are swollen. You want a key? I love being alive. Blah, blah, blah. No, it doesn't actually mess up. I'm pretty sure it still works across different rooms, too. I'm pretty sure it does. Maybe not. Maybe it doesn't. Oh, a treasure. Let's open it. It's locked. Unhappy. Use the key. Yeah, an elixir. There you go. Now it's open. Oh, but I didn't change the code. So it's still... yeah, I copied pasted it, but it still has all the same logic here. Well, let's actually just have nothing. If you interact with the chest when it's already open, it should just do nothing. Now, okay. But now remember what we said about how, to RPG Maker, all of these are characters, and the different states of the chest being open is really just like facing directions for this character that just happens to look like a treasure chest. Well, you see, we can use this to do animation. So, now when we open the chest, let's have it that it visually opens as like a little animation. Let's do that. So here, we're going to go into the chest event here, and go just after we use the key, but before we get the elixir, just right here. Let's make a new event. And let's go into set movement route. Set movement route is another super useful event command. This is how you do a lot of cutscenes. This is how you can make characters move around with like specific routes. You can make them like, okay, move left twice, move up, all of that. You can make them turn around, and this is the important part here, being able to make them turn around. You can make them move towards the player, move away from the player. This is how you can program enemies that chase you. This is super useful. Super useful stuff here, set movement route. Okay, so let's animate the treasure chest using this event here. This is the target. This tells you who is going to be doing this movement. So let's use this event. And now what we're going to do is we're just going to make it turn. Because like I said, remember, these different frames of the chest opening just correspond to facing directions of a character. Because to RPG Maker, this is just a weird looking guy, right? So let's make him turn down, turn left, turn right, and turn up. Now, turning doesn't really take any time. So in order for this to actually be an animation, we also need to put little weights between them, I think. So I'm going to add a little weight 10 frames between each of them so it feels like an actual animation. And one other thing we need to do is we need to remove direction fix. Because direction fix is actually going to prevent it from turning. Because remember, we added direction fix to prevent it from turning. So we turn it off here. We turn off direction fix. Then we do the animation. And then we turn it back on. Like this. There you go. And that should do a little animation of the chest opening. We can also add a little sound effect before this. Yeah, let's add a little... Oh, we can actually put a sound effect in the movement route, if I remember. Yeah. So in the movement route, you can actually add a sound effect here, too. Play sound effect. And let's find... I think there's one called chest. Yeah, there's two called chest, even. Let's add a sound effect of a chest here. Crick. And there we go. So now, this should animate, give you the elixir, and everything. Neat. Oh, also, let's make it use up the key. That's another thing. Yeah, maybe this key is only like a single use key, right? So let's also remove the key here. So we can do new event, change items in the first tab, and then go to the key down there, chest key, and decrease it by 1. So now you've used up the key. There we go. Yeah, there you go. That should work. Now let's go test it out. This is becoming very complicated. This is becoming a complex game. So many turns and twists. Chester just keeps dying. Goodbye. And now we go over here. Opening a treasure chest. It's locked. I wonder if Chester's key would open this. Yeah, look at that. Look at this opening. Yeah, an elixir. Can't wait to use this against the final boss. And there you go. You got a working treasure chest. And it should also have removed the key. Yeah, it removed the key as well. There we go. Okay, so well, it is past midnight. It is past midnight. I've gone across most of what I wanted to go through, but I would still kind of like to go through all of the event commands really quickly. I'm not going to go into too much detail because it is pretty late. This did end up taking a little longer than expected, but I think we can still go through the event commands and just kind of have a look at them. It shouldn't take too long. But before this, let's just take a break because, yeah, I've been talking a lot and my throat is getting sore again. So let's take just a 1-minute break. And then we are going to go through all of the event commands. All of this here. It's not going to take that long because a lot of them are very similar. So it's not that bad, really. Okay. Let's do it. We can do it. We can do it. Event commands, what they do, what they don't do. Okay, so show text. Show text, we all know what this does. We've used it. Show choices, we know what those too. We used it just now. Input number. This lets you just put in a number like for a code. You can choose the number of digits. And it can be used, say you want to ask, you want to buy a number of an item or something, or maybe it's for a password. I actually use it for like the password in Look Outside, the cheat mode password. And now, whatever number you enter goes into a variable, which is something we haven't gone into. Variables are kind of like switches, but instead of just being either on or off, they're a number. You just put a number in there, and then somewhere else can check what that number is and do something if that number is equal to something or above or below a certain amount. You can collect you can have a dungeon that has 9 different evil hearts that you have to kill, and every time you kill one evil heart, it adds 1 to the number of evil hearts you destroyed, and maybe the boss only unlocks once you've killed all of them. That sort of thing. That's what variables do. Well, here they can hold the number that was entered using input number. Select item. This is where hidden items can be pretty useful. This is another option. This is another thing where you can store in a variable whatever the characters pick when this window opens. So you can set it to be regular items. So a list of all of their regular items are going to appear, and they're going to choose one. Or you can do this with key items. Say there's a puzzle, and they need to the player needs to pick a specific key item to see. So in Look Outside, you might remember what happens when you interact with the chair in the security room. You have to choose one of your key items to try to use on the chair, and there's a specific key item that you have to use there. So this used select item, and whatever item you select is actually set as a variable, and you can check which item was. I think it sets the number of the item there. So for instance, you could make it someone choose like an item, and say you wanted them to choose the chest key. It would set the number 43 in that variable if they picked the chest key, and then you could check afterwards, did you pick the chest key? Does that variable equal to 43? And that would work. Show scrolling text. This is for credits, usually. This is what I use in Look Outside for the credits scroll. So you can have a bunch of text, and it's going to appear as like just a slow scroll thing. It's usually for credits. Let's keep going. Now, game progression. This is where you can set up switches, variables, self-switches, and you can also start a timer. A timer can appear at the bottom of the screen and start counting down. And you can have certain things happen after the timer reaches 0. So you can have you have a limited time to get to the end of a dungeon, or stuff like that. Timers can be pretty fun. And variables are what I was talking about earlier. This is to manipulate, add, subtract, multiply, divide, modulus. These are just different operations you can do with variables. This is how you can count things and do all sorts of math. You can also get specific information here. This is a really important part. You can actually get a random number here. So you can have something that happens 1 in 10 times by using a variable and then a random pick between 0 and 10. You can also make it put in some special information in a variable that way. So you can make it grab how many potions do you have, or how many short swords do you have, or whatever. What is the level of the main character? You can get that number from there. How much XP? How much attack do they have? If you're in battle, you can also check how much HP an enemy has and all that. You can also check where in the map your character is. X, Y. You can also check who is currently in your party using this here. Here you can also check which is the last skill that was used, last item that was used. This is all stuff that can be very useful when programming stuff in combat. Also, the current map where you are right now, which map you have, the number of party members you have, the amount of gold you have, the number of steps that you've taken so far in the game, the play time, the current timer. So if you set a timer earlier, you can check the current position that timer is at. The number of times you saved, the number of times you fought, the number of times you won a battle or escaped from one. This is all stuff you can use here. You can all get these numbers and then do something with them if you like. And script, this is where anything goes. Script, you can just type some code if you're a programmer. You can just put some code somewhere. And this is where you can do it. So, this is more, for advanced users here who know what they're doing. Yeah, timer, I explained that. Conditional branch, we touched on these a little bit. These, again, are just to have different commands happen under different conditions. So, earlier, we did this based on if you had a certain item. But, you can base it on a timer. See, is the timer currently less than... Is there only, less than 15 seconds left on the timer? Then something happens. For variables, you can check how much... You can check, is this variable exactly equal to 0? Or is it less than 4? So you can do something that happens only if you have a certain amount of party members, right? So, for instance, you could do... Okay, first, I'm going to do control variables. I'm going to I'm going to label this one as saying party size, right? I'm just going to label this party size. And I'm going to go into game data. And I'm going to go here and party members. This is going to put how many party members are currently in your party. And it's going to put that in variable number 5, right? And then here, in this condition, I can check if variable number 5 is less than 3. And this means something here would happen only if you have 1 or 2 party members. And if your party members are above that, whatever code I put in there would not happen. See? So, it's all just... It's programming, folks. That's what programming is. It's true. See, it's not so bad. But now we enter loops, so now it does become very bad. Loops are things that can break your game. Loops is something that just happens, and then it just keeps happening. And you can lock up your game if there's no ways for it to stop. You probably shouldn't touch this if you don't know what you're doing. Yeah. So a loop can be useful for all sorts of things. It can actually be useful if you want a dialogue that always comes back to the start. So say you have a dialogue. Say this is a character. Say you speak to this character here. I don't know what they are. And you want them that whenever you ask them, you can ask them questions repeatedly, see? So say it's like a dialogue tree. And they say hello, friend. And then you can ask him a bunch of questions, right? You can ask him, hey there, bud. Or you can say... I'm not your friend. Or you can say, have you heard the news? Or you can say, I don't know, something else. And then you can say goodbye. Right? Well, if you put this in a loop, it's going to stay, like once you're done, it's just going to go back to hello friend. So you're going to be stuck in this dialogue until it reaches the command break loop. So under goodbye, you can put break loop. So basically that means you can ask questions repeatedly here. And then once you pick goodbye, that's what stops the loop. See? So loops can be useful for all sorts of things, and this is one of the things they can be useful for these kinds of dialogue trees where you want to like come back to the start until you say goodbye, until you decide to leave, right? So yes, this is what one thing you can use loops for. The next one, exit event processing. That means it's kind of like what I said about loops, but it's for sorry, oof. It's kind of like what I said about loops and break loop, except exit event processing just stops the entire event. That just stops everything. So that makes you just leave. So you could use this in like a big dialogue tree with a bunch of branches. If at one point one of the branches just lead to like you don't want it to run the code that's afterwards. You just want this to end immediately. You use exit event processing, and that just stops whatever's happening completely and puts you back to the screen, to the map screen. So it just ends the event entirely. Common event. This is to I talked about common events earlier, and this is to just call one of them. So if you programmed something here that you want to be able to use in many places, this is how you would call it. It's pretty useful. Label and jump to label. This is a little bit like a loop, and you can kind of use it like a loop. This is basically a way for you to have the game jump around in your code. This is what also people call spaghetti code. So you can have, for instance, you can have different parts of the conversation here. Say I'm talking about this guy, right? And this guy, there's like a start of the dialogue, and then there's like greetings, right? And then say you can be hostile with him, and you want the hostile part of the code to be its own thing. And also there's like a friendly part of the code. And then there is leaving, right? So you can have code in these different places here. And say like, this is the start. All right, and then he says, hello. And then here he's friendly. I'm friendly. And here I'm hostile. I'm hostile. And here, goodbye. Yes, there is code comments as well. There's actually right underneath here. So you can actually write comments like this. They appear in green. But this is not for that. And now you could have all of these here. So it would start here. And I'm friendly. You could have like, say, choice here. You could insult him. You could say hello. And he would go back to hello. I don't know. This is a bad example. Go frick yourself. Or goodbye. Right? And here, this is a bad example. Okay. And here, when he's hostile, you could say, no, don't be. I'm a friend. Or you can say, okay. So what you could do here is you can actually send you back to the friendly bit. So here, if he's hostile, here you could say jump to label, friendly. And so if you pick don't be I'm a friend, it would actually move you back to here. Right? It will stretch to however it needs. It cannot be more than one line though. But yes, you can type in a very long option and it is going to just stretch for it. Yes. Well, it should. But it does not. It's not going to extend to like a second line. Yeah, so you can use label and then jump to label to move around. But that is another way that you can get stuck in an infinite loop. If you just have, if there's no way for the code to ever end because it keeps jumping backwards, then you can end up, getting stuck and the player can't leave. So that's what we call an infinite loop. So that does make labels a little dangerous if you're careless, but as long as you know what you're doing, it's just another tool to sort of organize the flow of an event. Comments. Comments are just for you. They're just notes you can put. Sometimes if you have a very big event, it can be a good idea to put comments to separate sections of it. Yeah, it's customary sometimes to like use, characters like this to like have nice clean separation between sections of the code. It's just easier to find certain parts of it that way. Here maybe you get like a start of the code. And then you can just like, if you have like a lot of big sections of code, stuff like this can just make it easier to find your way through them. They don't do anything. They're just ignored by the game. Here, change gold, change items, change weapons, change armors, change party members. This is kind of self-explanatory. You don't really need to go into those. Actor, change MP, AHP, TP, change the state that just applies a status effect to a character. These are all for specifically actors, though. So you can't use this to affect an enemy in battle. For enemies, you need to find a similar, at the third page, there's similar ones for enemies. That's the idea. That's what the notes sections are for, actually, to write like notes like this. Would I use switches to make characters talk to each other without including the main player character? I'm not sure what you mean, Organ Cornucopia. So recover all. Yeah, these are all basically self-explanatory. These are just things to modify the actors. So your characters here, you can change the name of a character, change the class, change profile. Let's go to page 2. Transfer player. This is how you actually move players between rooms. It's called transfer player. This is what the door uses to move you inside the house, and the house to move you right back outside. So transfer player is one of the really useful ones. Set vehicle locations, set event locations, just moves an event from one position to another. You can't move them to a different room, though. It's always within the same room. So events cannot move to another room on their own. If you have a monster that's supposed to chase you between rooms, it actually has to be placed in every room, essentially. And then you have to just kind of fake it to make it seem like it's following you. Scroll map. I'm not actually sure what scroll map does. I don't think I ever used that. Oh, is it just the background? Oh, it's a camera pan. Okay, I see. Oh, I never used that. Okay, it's to pan the camera. There you go. Set movement route. We've talked about this one. This is the really, really useful one. This is the really useful one that lets you move characters around or animate and stuff. It's very good. Get on and off vehicle, obvious. Pretty obvious one. Change transparency. This is to make the main character visible or invisible. So you wanna make a character invisible if a cutscene is gonna happen, and you don't want the character to be on screen because like there's visual animations or the player is just not meant to be in the scene. The player always needs to be there. You can just make him invisible so you don't see him. Player followers, like I said before, this is whether the characters in your party are like following you in like a line. Gather followers, this makes sure that if the followers are scattered, this like brings them all in one spot. Right? Show animation. This just plays an animation that was set up in the database, and you can make it play on a specific event, on the player, on whichever event is running the code. There's a balloon icon. These are like little emotes. And yeah, there's a bunch of ones here. There's a bunch of pre-made ones. And you can change the art assets for them to fit your game a bit better. I haven't really used them, but you know, they're kind of cute, I guess. Erase event. This is something that just removes the current event, but I have to be careful about this. Erase events doesn't save, so you can't use this to remove something permanently. So if you pick up an item and you want the item to just disappear, you cannot use erase event for that, because if you leave and come back in the room, it's going to be back. So you want to use self switches for this, because self switches are saved. But events being erased is just something for, like, you know, if an event just does something every time you enter the room and then you want it to stop doing its thing, just use erase event at the bottom. That way it's going to do it, then it's going to disappear. And then next time you enter the room, it's going to be back. It's going to do its thing and, you know, disappear again. So yeah, erase event is temporary, but it does work. Show picture. So I mentioned something about pictures before. Pictures can be all sorts of things. By default, there's a lot of these actors here for the pictures because some people really like to have like the big portraits appear behind the dialogue boxes when characters are speaking. That's like, you know, modern game kind of thing, modern RPG / visual novel kind of thing. But pictures can be used for anything. It's not just for like portraits like this. You can use it to like display a mini map. You can use it to display all sorts of things. If you remember the card game that you can play in Look Outside with a certain character you meet in with Sylvain that you meet in the fungus lair. The entire cutscene, the entire thing was just done with pictures, just done by animating pictures and making them like fly around and spin and all that. It was all just a bunch of pictures moving. So you can do a lot with pictures. You can like move things and make them appear, make them turn. There's a lot of animations. Also, all of the ending cutscenes are done with pictures too. So, you can change the scale, you can change the blending. This is how I did the scene at one of the endings has like these zooms, out constantly. This was using like animating like scale and blending, to have these little, like it's like constantly zooming out and you see more and more of the thing. This was using that too. So pictures are really good. You can do a lot of things with them. And this is, you can add a picture, move it, rotate it, tint it, erase it. There's a lot of things. You can do lots of little animations with this. It's very useful. Timing, wait, that's very important. We mentioned them before. This is just to add a little bit of a little pause between two commands. Screen, this is where you can have fade outs, fade ins, tinting the screen a color. There's some useful presets for the screen tint. can have dark, sepia, sunset, or night. These are kind of useful presets. You don't need to stick to them too, of course. You can just put your own glow there. You wanna kind of experiment with these. Flash, of course. Bright flash in the screen. Shaking the screen. Screen shakes. Weather effect. These are like pre-made weather effects. You kind of, if you want to like customize them for them to look different, you kind of need to like go into programming for that. Unfortunately, so it's a little unwieldy to like modify them if you don't like the effect, how it looks. I think it looks alright though. It's not too like, I actually use the rain effect in Look Outside when you're in like the war zone. I use like the built-in rain effect for that. It looks okay. It looks fine. Now, audio and video, this is playing background music, fading out background music, saving and then replaying. This is really useful. If you have an event that changes the music for a moment, but then at the end of the event, you want the game to continue the music that was playing before, and it's not always going to be the same music that does this, right? So say there's like a little dramatic moment that happens, and it can happen in multiple locations, and the background music for all these locations would be different. Then you want it to remember the song that was playing before, so that at the end of the event, it can play the right one again. So this is what Save BGM and Replay BGM is for. BGS, like I explained before, this is background sounds, just like atmospheric noises. ME is a music effect, so that's music that's like a short little music that doesn't loop. Sound effects, and you can stop, and you can also play movies that plays like video. I don't know what kind. I've never used this, so I don't know what kind of video format it uses. I imagine it uses any video format that like Chrome can deal with natively. I imagine, but I never tried this one, so. Now we have the last page. Okay, so battle processing. This starts a battle. You can just select a specific battle from the troops list. Or you can make it just start a battle based on the current random encounters. If you want like a specific moment for a random encounter to happen, but you still want it to use the random encounter table, you can use this. Also, there's little options down here for can escape and can lose. So normally, if a battle happens, it just adds a battle. Because if you lose the battle, you're just game over. The game ends there. Right? But if you make it that you can escape, then it adds a separate thing for if you win or if you escaped. Because now there's two possible outcomes to the battle. So sometimes you might want something to play out differently if you escaped or if you won. Or you might even want to have a can lose. And can lose means if you die here, it's not game over. Instead, you have like a cutscene. The game keeps going, and your party isn't actually dead. So this is how you do that. Because normally, normally if you don't want a cutscene there, then if you lose, it's just game over. So it just stops everything. So that's useful to know about. Okay. Next, we're almost at the end. Shop processing. This is how you have shops. You can have any kind of inventory you want. You can make it pick the normal price for the item, or you can make it specify the price. So specify will by default be the normal price of the item, but you could make it that, the elixirs are actually more expensive on this shop. So you could just make it like, twice the amount, or you can make it that it's worth almost nothing. Yep. Unfortunately, you can't set it that it's like a percentage, although you can do this like in programming, of course, if you like go into the source code. I actually did this in Look Outside. I made it that depending on the difficulty level, there's like a small general markup in value for shop prices when you buy. So in normal mode, everything is a tiny bit more expensive in normal mode in Look Outside. I'm not sure if anyone's noticed that actually. But yeah, natively though, you can't do this, but you can set individual prices for certain items if you like. Also, you can set purchase only. This means if you set this, that means you can't sell items to this shop. You can only buy. Yeah, that's shop processing. Name input processing. This is where you enter your name. You can enter a name for any characters. If you want a character, if you want a player to be able to enter text that isn't a name, name input processing is actually the only way you can get the player to type something, which is kind of funny. And this is why, funny thing, Fear and Hunger. You know, anyone? I'm sure a lot of people here played Fear and Hunger. In Fear and Hunger, one thing you can do is write something on a scroll to try to cast a spell, sort of, right? And the only way that they could do this, to have you actually to write down a spell, is actually to use 3 different party members just for that. So in Fear and Hunger, there's 3 special characters that is like the first word, second word, and third word. Yep. And it actually just brings up the name entry for each of these in turn, and then in the end checks the name of these characters to see if you succeeded in casting a spell. Yeah. It's funny. But, this is exactly the kind of weird bullshit, solutions you have to figure out when you work with RPG Maker, and it's kind of fun. Having to figure out weird ways to combine the mechanics to do something. Yeah. But yeah, so name input, it's normally for changing the name, but if you have any other reason why you want a character to enter a name, like it might a simpler version might be you need to enter like a password. There's a locked door and there's someone who says, "What's the password?" and you have to enter it. You would need to use a name for that. Yep. Open menu screen. You can just force the menu screen to open up. That might be useful in a place where you normally are denied opening the menu screen. For instance, in the middle of a cutscene, if you want to say like there's like a series of battles and you don't want to let the player move around, you might give them the opportunity to use the menu screen before the next battle, so you could use it here to like change their items and stuff. Save screen. Again, similar thing. Just open the save screen if they can't normally save. Game over. If there's a bad ending. Lord knows I use this quite a bit in Look Outside. Return to title screen. This just goes to title screen without going through game over. That would normally be for like a good ending or some sort of ending. Here, change battle. So this here changes system settings. This changes the current battle background music, the current victory music, defeat music, vehicle, like when you're moving around with a vehicle. Change the save access, so that changes whether or not you can save anytime when you go into your menu. Change menu access if you want to disable the use of the menu. Change encounter. You can disable encounters. Change formation access. You disable being able to move around characters in your party. Change window color, actor images. You can change what the character, what a specific actor looks like. Change vehicle image. So these, as far as I know, are all saved, I think. Like when you change these are like persistent. So you need to change them back if something was like a temporary thing. If you have a bunch of different like situations that all have their own, like if you have a bunch of different battles that all have their own battle like music, you need to just change the battle background before every fight, essentially. That was the case in Look Outside. I need to change the battle BGM almost before every fight. Change the map name display. That just turns it off. I don't actually know what that does. I guess it just removes like the name appearing at the top. Or maybe it just makes it always appear. I'm not sure. Change the tile set. That's actually a really powerful one. You can actually change the tile set of a map on the fly. And you can do some funky things with this. In another older project, Tartarus Below, I used this to have like an entire map where like spikes went out of the ground at a regular interval. So there were like holes on the ground, and then there were three separate tile sets of like the spikes coming out, and then the spikes being fully extended. And I actually used change tile set for that to just animate those spikes coming in and out. It changed the entire tile set just for that, which is kind of funny. And it worked. It essentially just made the entire map, like the spikes were coming out, and I made it that if the spikes are coming out, then and you're standing on those map squares, you took damage and all that. You can use so you can use this to do some kind of animation. You can use this to make like a map get all freaky or something. It could be normally looking normal, and then you pick up a cursed gem, and now it all goes gross and weird. All sorts of things you can do. That works. That absolutely works. Yeah, you hit by lightning, so it all goes really stark because it's illuminated by the window going all white or something. Yeah, that works. Here you can change the battle background to something that's different from the normal background set in the map settings. Change parallax. That changes the parallax background. You can use this to do that's another way to have like a lightning bolt. Get location info. I guess that just grabs the terrain tag, event ID. This is all just useful stuff. Just to, if you have all sorts of mechanics about where you are, about like where you're standing exactly. And that just stores whatever information in a variable that can give you, whatever tile you're walking on, whatever event ID that you're stepping on, I guess. Now you have some battle-specific ones. Change enemy HP. So this here only does anything at all if you're using this in the battle, in the troops box. So if you use these outside of battle, they won't do anything. You can change enemy HP, add a status effect on an enemy, fully heal an enemy, appearing an enemy that's set to only appear halfway through the battle. So some enemies, you can set them to be invisible at the start of the fight, and they only appear if something happens. That can be how you can do like the second phase of a fight, or you can also do this to have like enemies that call for reinforcements, stuff like that. Also, transform. You can turn an enemy into another one. And you can also... I forget if by default transform makes them... okay, so it turns the enemy into another one, and it changes everything, but it keeps their current HP and MP. Right. So that means if the enemy is half dead, it's still going to be half dead, but now it's going to have different abilities, it's going to have different things, it's going to have a different sprite. If you want it to be more like a completely new enemy, you might want to do enemy appear instead and just make it a separate enemy, right? Show battle animation, but that's kind of funny because there's another like show animation elsewhere. Show animation and show battle animation. They're actually the exact same thing, just this one is in the context of a battle. Force action, we talked about this one. That's just to make an enemy do a specific action. And abort battle to end the battle early. Can an enemy respond with dialogue or another event to the use of a special ability? Would that be change enemy state? If you want an enemy to respond to an ability being used, there's several ways to do this. You could have the ability itself run an event. So say there was like a special move you could use that was like, I don't know, ice or something. And one of the effects you can add to a special move is run a common event. And if you put something here, you can literally put the logic of the enemy responding in this. So you could have something here, You can run the common event in this attack. And here, in that common event, you could have the actual interaction. Or if it's like an ability you can use anywhere, and you just wanted to do something special against that enemy, what you could do, that one might be a little trickier, but you could have it that, what you could do is, in the common events, you could still make it using a common event, and instead, the common event here would just maybe flip a switch. Yeah, you could flip a switch here. Like, you could name a switch like a used the skill, right? Okay. Use the skill set on when you use that skill, right? And then in the battle, you could make sure that at the start of the battle, at the very start of the battle, so on turn 0, that's the very beginning of the battle, it makes sure that this is false. So it makes sure that it starts at false, right? That switch, like at the start of battle, you have not used the skill. Just make sure that. And then in the battle, if at any point that switch becomes on, that means you have now used it, right? Yeah. So, yeah. No, not a turn. So now, see? Turn 0, make sure you turn it off. And then after this, if at any point use the skill becomes true, that means, oh, the player used the skill, right? And now you can have an event happen. So there's a bunch of ways to do it. Like you could program it in a bunch of other ways. You could do it with a status effect too. Yeah, the way to do it with a status effect. This is maybe what you were thinking. Say the ice attack actually applied a status effect. And maybe it's a status effect that's like a secret status effect. Let's add like a new status effect here. I'm gonna add a new one. Let's say 33 secret, and it's not gonna do anything. It's not gonna have an icon. It's not gonna say anything, and it's gonna be removed at battle end. But it's not gonna, because it doesn't say anything. Like no one's gonna know this status effect even exists, right? And then this attack here is going to give that status effect to whoever takes the attack, right? Secret. So it's going to give it 100% chance. Maybe even want to do like 9999, just in case. I don't know what the mechanic of. I don't know if luck reduces the chance of taking a status. I don't know. But yeah, just make it high like this, just to make sure it always works. And then in the troops, instead of checking to see about that switch here, you could just check every turn. You could just check every turn like this. This is how you make it check something every turn, like that, right? And every turn you would just check if the enemy has this state, right? So you would do a conditional branch. If enemy has the state secret, that means now if the specific enemy that you want to have been targeted by this, say it's the second goblin, right? So now, if every turn it would check at the start of the turn, or maybe at the end of the turn, that way it's as soon as you did the attack, it's gonna respond to it immediately after, right? So now, at the end of the turn, it's going to check, was the enemy affected by that secret status element that we're just using as a marker to see if someone was hit by it, right? And then you can have a whole thing that happens here, right? This is actually how I do Joel. Joel responding to having the teddy bear used on him, except it's not a secret status effect. It's just Joel just reacts to getting confused, actually. So technically, any other source of confusion would work to pacify Joel. He would always act like it was a teddy bear, which is kind of funny. But yes, so there you go. That would work. That would be another completely different way of kind of doing something like this. So see, there's just a bunch of ways to do that. There's just a bunch of ways to do stuff like this. There's probably other ways too. There's probably another like better way to do this. That's just off the top of my head, like different ways to solve that problem. Yeah, but this is how it is. Programming. There's usually a billion answers to any question. All right. Well, I think so. I really wanted to. There was more stuff I wanted to go over. But I could move this to like the. So I wanted to do some off streams, right? I wanted to do some main streams and some off streams. Infestation? What? I'm not sure. Anyway. So I wanted to do some more stuff. I wanted to show how to implement the plugin actually, but it is getting pretty late. So maybe I'm going to do this in the off stream. I still don't know when I'll do those. But it'll just be on some other day than the Friday streams. So maybe it would be Monday. So maybe I can do another of these Monday. Yeah, maybe Monday night. And maybe I could show, some other miscellaneous stuff that I didn't have time to go through here. I think that's what the off streams are going to be for. They're going to be like one to like answer questions people might have had, like trying to implement things we talked about during the last workshop, and also maybe just talking about design things that came up overall, and also maybe going over things that I didn't have time to go over. Yeah, like kind of just a place to put in whatever we didn't have time to do in the mainstream. I think that makes sense. But yeah, I think that's it for the crash course. I'm pretty happy with this. I think it went a little bit longer than I expected, but we still kind of covered most of it. Yeah, we're just basically missing the plugin stuff. So I'm pretty happy with this. Well, well, I'm really glad. I hope it helped as many people as possible. I'm going to be putting this up on YouTube. Yes, so I really recommend you all just kind of play around with RPG Maker. Hopefully this is going to be a good, jumping off point. It's going to be a good sort of, just a good starting point to get you going. I really recommend you look up like YouTube and stuff. There's a lot of resources, a lot of videos out there meant to help this sort of thing. But really the best way is just experimenting, just trying shit. Just try some shit out. Yes, so the first actual session of the workshop will be next Friday. And I have almost that whole thing set up already. I have almost all of it prepared. And so we're going to be going over for the first actual session of the workshop is mostly stuff about like starting a new project. So the first half of it is going to be, just advice on starting a new RPG project. So more general advice, specifically on starting, and like how to scope your project and all the issues that can come with that. And after this, on the second half, and I'm not sure yet if we'll be able to do the whole thing. Maybe this is going to need to be the stream after. But after this, I want to get into like the high level RPG design stuff. So like the high level of like how to think about RPG design, like the three pillars of RPG design, and how to think about what your priorities are, what your goals are for your game, for your project, and what that means about the decisions you should take about what your game should be like. And it's just going to be basically suggestions about how I think of RPGs. And it can be just, not every, it's just one way of thinking about them, but I think it's useful to have, something like that. And yeah, so that this is what, so yeah, so it's going to start with just advice on starting a project and scoping a project, and then sort of large, like high scale sort of stuff about, about RPG design. And yeah, that's going to be for the next sort of main workshop stream, and possibly on Monday, going to be sort of an extra stream here that's just going to be about implementing plugins and also answering any questions that might have come up in your experimentations or whatever after this stream. All right, but yeah, that's going to be all for tonight, folks. Thank you so much for watching. And oh yes, I'll link the jam before I go. Yeah, if you haven't joined yet, I should do that. You're right. I should do that. There you go. 51 people have joined. Ooh, it's been a little while. There you go. I had not checked that in a little while. 51 people. Damn. All right. All right, but yes. So thank you all for watching, and take care.